Okay, welcome everyone. I'm here with Isidafo, who hopefully we can all hear. Let's check this again.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully, I am audible this time around.
Can you hear all of us, or at least some of us? Not seeing anybody
All
yet. All is well. All right, that's got to be a first for us.
wow, that's amazing. We're 30 seconds into the
Ah,
stream and still have not had any issues.
Marshall didn't pitch yet,
That's a shame.
so we're.
How many made it on?
Let's find out. You know, we'll come back and talk about the card in a little bit, but let's see. I've got one. You've got one. Midgar Materia 3. West Hartford 4, 5.
It looks like five. All right.
5. The just the 5 best teams in the tournament.
Yes.
Um,
If you're playing Sean Marshall, must mean you're the best build.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a quick look, and then we'll get our other thing started. But oops. Look at this. A FIP of 0.2.
Wow.
How could you be mad at that? Aggregate ERA of 0 for all the Sean Marshalls in the tournament.
One of them does have a 500 BABIP, but
Nobody's perfect. Yeah,
yeah.
but he has an 0.2 FIP.
All right. Yeah, that's good. That is good.
So I think clearly Sean Marshall is by far the best pitcher in this tournament. If you're not running Sean Marshall, you have absolutely no chance of winning this thing.
Yeah. Well, that much is very clear.
Um, Clearly. So
So it says it's a 24-hour stream. That's actually sort of interesting. If we did every single card in the game, I think it's like 3,600. How long would it take us to get through all of them?
well, yeah. Weeks? No, we did weeks a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think we gave him like a B or a C, right?
Yeah, something like that. It's a decent card.
Um, all right, I was gonna wait for one more sim to fire and just see. Sorry, we've been going. Isidafo and I were going back and forth on like Sean Marshall.
Yeah, back and forth is one way to put it, I guess.
Is one of these yours? Did yours pitch yet?
I don't know. I'm in the middle of a draft right now, actually, because I realized I had one that I forgot to do.
Oh, yeah, yours pitched. Look at that, 1 2/3 innings,
250
just the one
BABIP.
hit.
Nice. I'm sure that's sustainable for him.
Absolutely. Um. Anyway, yeah. So we've got. I was gonna say 75 cards, but I think it's actually now 77 cards to go
Yep.
through.
Says 75 from Thursday plus the two LEs that just came out a couple hours ago.
Yes. Oh, you know what? I maybe not connected. I probably have to do the whole reload thing.
Ah, yeah, it's that sometimes.
All right, we'll take one more shot looking at Sean Marshall, and then you know, best reliever in the game, of course.
Yep, yep.
And then we'll go ahead and take a look at the others. So, in the meantime, while we're kind of doing the intro thing, any overall thoughts on this set? I know we'll get to the cards, kind of as we
Yeah,
go.
we'll probably get to the cards. I mean, I think in terms of kind of the construction of the set, we have some. We're continuing the theme kind of having a lot of missions that just sort of use the new cards and not much else, which of course makes them pretty difficult to complete at the beginning, and really influences a lot whether you should be doing them.
Oh, it still didn't run.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably talk about that somewhat also when we get to the kind of the peak Roland and McGriff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, we always say this, but I think this actually will be a relatively quick stream. Simply because I think we're going to find a lot of the cards just don't fit the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a couple. I think that will, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's a big set, and certainly not every card is going to play.
Yeah. F-bombs, no F-bombs on stream, Mr. Audit. But I do think this actually reminded me a lot of the set that came out with the Lou Gehrig's, in that kind of the only value of most of those cards ended up being for the Lou Gehrig mission.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably got a few more. I mean, this is probably the set is a little bigger, I think, or maybe it's similar size actually. We may have gotten a few more.
This is actually maybe a problem if it's been like 5 minutes. And did this not fire for everyone else?
This is a 256, right? Sometimes those take a while.
Yeah, but 5 minutes is enough.
5 minutes
that it
is
really
a lot.
Should have fired. I'm wondering. Has round 3 of this fired for anyone else? We were just curious how Sean Marshall's doing. So.
This is the Sean Marshall show here, in case that was not already not already apparent.
In case anybody's wondering what the most interesting card is, it's clearly going to be Sean Marshall. But yeah, this doesn't seem. Did this update for anybody else?
I'm about done with my draft, so I can go check in a second.
Okay. Oh, and also, do we have the? We can put up if you've got the.
Yes,
survey.
I do have the survey. You just get the link here. Remember how to do that. I don't remember how to do that.
All right, I'm going to try refreshing it. If you send it to me, I can make a link. If that's easier.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm just going to try. I'm trying the usual log out and log in trick, which often works if you've got something cached or that sort of thing.
All right. I don't. Can I?
If you send it to me, I can make the link. That works.
I did it last time somehow. I sent
No
you
problem.
the responses thing. I don't know how to send the.
You have to give me access. All right, I sent.
Oh, I found it. We're good.
All right, I did the thing that'll.
Oh, hold on.
Next time we'll work this out before we get on the stream. All right, send me the link. I'll post it on stream.
You gotta post it, otherwise Nightbot's gonna get mad at me again.
There's got to be a way to make you a mod or something like that, right?
You would think. Do I know how to do it? Absolutely not.
All right. Well, here we go. We got a link in chat. So this is if you want a chance to win 5 packs. Oh, hold on. Did we forget? We forgot something. Oh no, it's fine. So the PT username. Make sure you have the correct capitalization, because that's the one that we need to send packs to. If we don't have the right capitalization, then you don't get packs until someone figures out how to chase you down.
Or someone else just gets the packs who has the username.
Or that, yeah. Which is funny because I didn't know the usernames were case sensitive.
Yeah, I didn't either. It's sort of interesting, actually. But.
All right, okay. So actually, all 3 of these fired. But I still didn't get Sean Marshall to play. So all right, well we'll have to go back and look at the Marshalls later. I should have put him. I should have made him a high leverage guy or something.
Yeah, apparently.
Look at this. Yeah, we've even got more Sean Marshall innings, and we're still at an aggregate ERA of 0.
Nice. Start him.
Start him.
I don't know that the game will let you.
Well, the good news is he has 5 pitches. The bad news is it looks like with that stamina he can throw each of them only about twice.
Will it actually let you make him a starter? I'm not sure.
Let's find out. For science and all that. Yes. Yeah. If I want to start him, I can start him.
All right. Well, it's I wouldn't call that a recommended option.
I want to point out I've had him, so just to point out what the AI is doing, I had Sean Marshall as use more often. and he is at a 0.
Well, maybe it used him more often than he otherwise would have. Maybe he wouldn't have even gotten into the stadium otherwise.
Evidently. All right. So, the other thing we're gonna do, we're gonna do our bounty perfect draft. So let's see which draft we're gonna do. So you have a chance to beat us, and which is usually not that hard, and win 5 packs. Let's do here. Should we do what do you want? 315 or 321? Pick one.
I like 315. Let's do that one.
All right. Perfect draft 315. Currently 15 more slots. Go ahead and sign up. If you knock us out, then you will win 5 packs. Perfect draft 315. And again, just let us know if you're in the chat. I'm hoping we'll get a few people. So far, we're the only ones in, so you got plenty of room to jump in. A little worried no one else is jumping in.
That is odd.
No slots. All right. Well, we could. You know what? We could do this a little bit later. All right. Let's do this in a few minutes when we get a few more people in the stream. How about that?
I'll try to pay attention to see when it fills, and we can go back and draft.
Well, if we only got what I'm thinking is let's cancel this for now. Let's cancel this for now. We're gonna come back and we're gonna do some iron cards, and then we'll come back and do this.
Sounds good.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
For me.
So we'll cancel for now, and then we'll plan on doing this, in 15 minutes or something, and at that point, we'll have a slot.
Hopefully.
In the meantime, you can, again, I'll put the link in chat again. Here's a link where you'll be able to get your 5 packs for kind of predicting how we end up seeing these cards.
Yeah, we'll probably leave that open until I don't know, 10, 15, 20 more minutes, I guess.
So,
77 Hawkmoon.
Yeah, 75 were released yesterday, and two LEs that just got dropped this afternoon. All right, so we'll come back and do this in a minute. In the meantime, why don't we get started looking at a few of the new cards? And I guess as usual, we will start with the iron, right?
Yeah.
So what do we got? All right. Well, first off, we have a 40 overall. So definitely, I think we're going to be thinking about this as a cap card.
Yep.
Got a 40 overall. As soon as this loads, we got a 40 overall historical reliever. Donnie Elliott. So let's see what we got here. Big splits. 66 pitcher BABIP. Really low control.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, we have low control, it's a reliever, low stamina, big splits. It's it's probably not really up there on the list of the best 40s.
No, I think for the 40s that I'm running right now, so if I wanted someone listed as a reliever, there's this live Alex Young, for example, where the pitcher BABIP is not too much lower, but he's more balanced. But at the moment I'm running starters, so I think in an iron type format, I'm running Lefty Grove, where I'm just kind of rolling with the stuff and hoping it works. In a little bit higher caps, then I'm running Nitkowski or Jerry Euter or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, or Plunk or whoever else.
Plunk,
Yep.
Nieves, kind of the
I
usual
will say actually
suspects.
there is a new live card, Bowden Francis, who I also like along with Alex Young as kind of the let's say pure reliever kind of category.
Yeah, I've got him as number two, and Shintaro Fujinami is also kind of vaguely
Yep.
playable. But I think I like converting the starters a little better than those guys.
Yes, I generally do as well.
Um, Maybe once you get
So
down to like Simeon Woods Richardson. So if you're actually going to run like 6 or 7 40 overall arms in a really low cap, I think I'd probably run Bowden Francis over like a couple of those.
yeah, probably. I mean, I think Elliott, if you're running a full punt bullpen in some format, maybe he's like the last pitcher in it.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's probably not a card that is really gonna see much play. So I guess we've already kind of spent a while on this one, but I guess maybe kind of in the spirit of speeding up, we can give this one an F. But
All right. I think we can just we can just forget about this one.
yep,
All right. How about Mark Lemke? So 42 overall. Again, probably a cap card. Um, you get 85 range, so you actually get a really good glove at second.
yeah, you do
Uh,
get a nice club at second.
and you get a zero
Um,
bat. So I think we get to ask the usual question: is this better than Rabbit Nil?
um, Probably not. Um, but I think mostly because Rabbit No plays three other positions and Lemke doesn't. Um, and even sort of more to the detriment of the card, it's probably not better than Len Randall either. Um, and so I don't think this is going to be one that I'm too interested in.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think I completely agree. I also do have Rabbit as being a decent amount better even at second. Uh,
Yeah, no, I have better also, but I mean, even if let's say Lemke was somewhat better than Nil at second base, you still almost wouldn't pretty much never want to play him because
yeah,
um,
because it's a single position
the
player,
flexibility.
and
Yeah,
so I think the only way you can play Lemke is as a starter.
yeah, I think so. And then it's going to only be in low iron, which we don't have. Um, and even there,
And
there's
even there, it's maybe only versus lefties or something. I
right.
mean, it's
Yeah,
it's kind of a pain when like the big feature is avoid K, but then he doesn't do anything with the bat when he makes contact.
yeah. I mean, for an iron, that BABIP is okay-ish, but there's really no gap power, so it's going to be all singles, not a lot of home runs. The defense is all right, but yeah, it's probably not a useful card anywhere.
Makes sense. Yeah, all right. I think this is also just unplayable
Yeah,
then.
also an F tier card. Yep,
All
completely
right.
agree.
How about Cecil Fielder? So Fielder even begins with an F, so that's always a bad sign. Um, I guess this must be because I remember him as a big power guy. I actually don't remember Fielder in Toronto at all.
Yeah, I did not know he played there.
No, huh. Well, that's good. You get to pick up some stuff.
Oh,
You
he
know,
started there. I had no idea.
yeah. Like I guess this must have been the beginning of his career, right? I mean, I
Yeah,
really only remember him. So that's funny. So he played there through '88, was out of the majors entirely for a year, and then suddenly showed up in 1990 as like this big, huge power hitter.
huh?
I can't imagine how that happened.
No, no one could ever guess.
Um, yeah. I will say one of my best Cecil Fielder memories though was he actually stole a couple bases late in his career.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That I mean, just yeah.
I'm guessing they like weren't holding him on, and so you said, "All right, if you're not going to hold me, I got to try it," right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you might as well at that point. If no one's paying any attention to you, you can just walk a second. Why not? I mean, we've seen some of that this year. When guys exhaust their pickoff throws,
Yeah.
you can pretty much just walk to second base.
Okay. As for the card, so you got a bunch of power versus lefties. Um, Maybe not a ton else in the card.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, I think the comparison for this card is the April Fool's Harmon Killebrew, who's also a 42, pretty much
Right.
only a
So
one-way
I
first
think I've
baseman.
got Killebrew better one way. I think two ways, he's close. My model still likes Willie Upshaw a little bit better just because of the defense and base running, but this is a better bat. But I don't think I'm going to pay 2 points for this in a cap.
No, I mean, yeah. I don't think there's really ever going to be a place that this card will be particularly useful. In low iron, it's just kind of not good enough to be a starter, and in a cap, it's you're paying 2 points for one position player that isn't that great of a hitter. So, um,
Yeah, I
just
think I think so.
not gonna be useful anywhere.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he played in Japan. Um, hmm.
So are we saying then that he began to care for his conditioning at some point in his career? Because I don't know.
um, the other thing is there's a really nice like Dermis Garcia
Yeah, I like that card as well.
is a really nice 40 overall where he's just flexible positionally.
Yep. Um, yeah,
And,
and I
and,
think
and you can play in both ways.
generally, if I'm paying a few points for a first baseman, it's almost always Derek Dietrich in a cap. Um,
Yeah, I'd pay for Dietrich because he also plays second and left in a couple
Yeah.
things.
yeah, that card I actually end up playing a good deal. And 2 points to go from fielder to that is definitely going to be worth it almost always.
Yeah, I mean I'll also sometimes just run Frank Chance.
Yeah, Frank Chance is a decent card as well. Get a lot of positional flexibility there.
Okay.
So
Well,
yeah, I think this isn't.
so I think this is also not playable then.
Yeah, yep. Also not.
Take a chance
we're
on
gonna
him. All right, we'll give him an
we're
F
gonna
for
really
F
play
for
anyway.
fielder.
F for fielder.
All right, and speaking of
Or-
fielder,
We might be able to use some other adjective that starts with an F to describe him, but maybe we'll skip that one.
Yes, yes. Speaking of fielders, how about John McDonald?
Um, Well, I like the flexibility
I do.
positionally, and I do not like anything else.
This is exactly the card that avoids Ks, but it doesn't help because it's actually
Yeah.
worse. You'd probably rather he strike out than a lot of the things that he does when he makes contact.
Yeah, it's yeah. I really there's just no place this card will ever play. Just yeah, there's nothing really here.
I do like the glove, but I think at 44 I'd rather run Rabbit, but I'd rather run,
Well-
you know.
I mean, the glove isn't even as good as Rabbit's. Putting aside the bat,
Yeah, that's true.
so yeah, it's just not a useful card in any way.
No, I mean, yeah. Yeah, there's really... I don't understand that card. All right, let's... Yeah. All right, we'll move on. Sterling Hitchcock. So at least they released the Cardinal and not the Yankee. That's always a really good sign. He also has a huge pitcher BABIP, which we like.
We do like that.
Um,
Um,
so looks more interesting. Now this is probably, I think at 44, it's not clear to me that you're willing to run this as a cap card as part of the problem.
I'm not sure. Maybe I do end up running Monty Pearson in some places. And I think this is about as good as Monty Pearson.
So I think if you're going to run Pearson, I think against an iron sample, this is better than Pearson. Because
Yes.
iron, you have really control's big because you have a lot of, just big eye, low everything else kinds of cards, and low avoid K. And this is a really good shape to run against those kinds of hitters. Also, iron's kind of left-handed for a lot of these.
Yep. No, if there were a low iron tournament, I think this actually would be a pretty interesting card for that format. Maybe not as a starter because the stamina is a bit low, but as a reliever, certainly.
Yeah.
As a cap card, it's going to be a bit tougher to run him. I suspect he will creep in here and there, like Pearson, kind of like Pearson does.
So I think if you're going to run Pearson, I have him as significantly better. I have him as, against an iron sample, I have him as like almost a third of a run better than Pearson.
No, I have Hitchcock much better than Pearson in iron, but as a cap card is really what I'm thinking about him.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think at a higher level, I have him a lot closer to Pearson.
Yeah, at sort of running them in some kind of gold or diamond or perfect cap, then I think they're going to be relatively similar.
I think that's about right.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many builds he's ever going to get in for me, but what I do like, just kind of anytime you look at a new card, the first thing I'm asking is this the best version of kind of what it is? I think this is definitely your best, kind of, low iron, like 44 or 45-ish. I think this is your best, that sort of left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, and I mean, there are definitely situations where you're going to decide you want, Hitchcock as a lefty instead of Pearson as a righty, and then you'll play him. So it is a card I think that will fit in some places. It plays OTP era, which is nice.
Yeah, that's not a super tight cap, I guess, but you're always filling a back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, the Heinsohn is a bit tight, but the bullpen doesn't pitch much there.
Right.
Is it like a 1980 or something?
Well, and the other thing is in the historical format, it changes a little.
Yeah. Well, then he probably gets better there. I'm guessing.
A little bit, yeah. The stuff will get hurt, but the homer prevention will, yeah.
Yeah, probably a little bit. So I mean, I think this is probably like a D, maybe a C. If there were a low iron tournament, I would be a lot more interested in doing it.
Yeah, I think because there's no low iron, probably it's a D, but it's at least there's a reason for the card to exist.
Yeah.
Whereas a couple of the others we've had, I think it's just less clear to me why that card exists.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so how about Ballantine, who this is a guy I remember really well from his time in Japan.
Yes, well, it's a shame that we can't get some of these Japanese cards actually, because that'd be quite fun. But,
yeah, there are a couple really fun cards that I would like to see if we could have done that.
Yeah, it's if Konami is here,
yeah,
maybe think about it, but. Yeah,
I'd love to see like a peak, NPL Yu Darvish. That would have been a fun card.
Mean, even some of these kind of older guys, Sadaharu O or Eiji Sawamura, those kind of guys would be pretty fun to see.
Yeah.
Though I guess Sawamura, maybe the statistics are not kept well enough in that era, and I think there were not a lot of games either. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that we can't get those cards.
As for this version of Ballantine, it's just an outfielder that doesn't play defense and doesn't have a bat, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
No, I don't think so. It's a DH only card that doesn't hit, so yeah, it's just not going to play anywhere.
Yeah. All right.
Would have liked to see the Japanese version.
I think it could have been a 40.
Version.
It could have been a 40,
and
yeah,
still wouldn't have seen play probably.
All right. One more reminder, by the way, if anyone wants to, if anyone wants to fill out the form, take a shot at winning 5 packs. So, all right, what do we got? Ibar.
It's like we only have 3 responses at the moment, so your odds are pretty good. If you just put in pretty much anything, you might win.
It's true.
It's better than any quick you're going to enter.
Also true. So Manny Ibar, what do we got here? Again, we got big pitcher BABIP, which is nice. Pretty splitty though.
Yeah, really, actually, kind of strange splits. Pitcher BABIP in control one way, home run prevention the other way. Decent amount of stamina for a reliever, but
so
don't think
I do have him as the best 44 overall reliever, but he's behind like Hitchcock and Pearson and Sam Jones as like as just an arm, and probably behind Tom Browning and maybe even Lefty Grove.
Yeah, even in the low iron, I don't think this is quite making it on the roster, and as a cap card, certainly rather than one of the.
What's the difference between questions?
Sorry, maybe that was not so clear. The first 2 questions are single card.
Yeah, single best and worst card of the set, and then how many cards, how many cards in the set will end up in those tiers.
Yeah. So yeah, first 2 are a card. Second 2 are a number. I guess is the way to go.
All right. Yeah. So what do we got here? Yeah. So I just have him behind enough that you're never going to play like 5 44 overall relievers in a cap or something. You're always going to go cheap on a few and go higher end on some.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. All right. How about Fred McGriff? So we've got our first McGriff of the set. This one's a low iron. Not that one. This one.
I would like to play this one in low iron, though. Can we do that?
It would hit.
It would hit there.
So, okay. Possibly a DH. Clearly a platoon bat. Okay, we understand both of those. Are you willing to run him, as a righty only, let's say first baseman or DH?
So I think the thing is, as a cap card, Derek Dietrich is 2 points cheaper, probably a better hitter, and
plays both ways.
So you're never running this as a cap card. This is a pure low iron tournament card. In a low iron tournament, maybe it makes it. It's kind of the kind of card where you try to fit on your roster, you realize you have too many platoons, and you cut it. I think.
I think in low iron, is there? I'm trying to remember if there's a weekly low iron. There's not anymore. Is that right?
There's not anymore.
I think if there were a weekly low iron, I think this is just my best bat by enough versus righties that I'm willing to run it.
I have it.
I
have it a little bit better than Dietrich, but as we said, like Dietrich can hit both ways and plays more positions, so I'm pretty much always going to pick that card.
No, but I'd play both. I would just DH McGriff. I'd play Dietrich at first or second if I'm desperate. Well, probably first because you're running Rabbit.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the thing is that I don't know that I'm going to be able to fit a card like this in that kind of a roster.
Yeah, I've got him as enough of a bat versus righties that I'd be willing to run him as a 2-way card essentially if I had to, and just punt versus lefties. I know that sounds stupid, but if you're good enough one way on the strong side of the platoon, I think you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'd rather do that with someone like Paul Sorrento than this McGriff.
Yeah. There is no low iron though, so in full iron.
Well, in full iron now we get Adam Dunn and we get Jimmy
So
Ryan
I have him in full iron as the third best bat versus righties, behind Dunn and Schimpf.
I have also behind Jimmy Ryan.
I have him just ahead of Jimmy Ryan, and I think we know why. It's the same thing where we weight Woba differently.
Probably, yeah.
But you're going to run Ryan because you run Ryan 2 ways, and you can even run Ryan as a bullpen arm, in case of emergency.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I think already Dunn and Schimpf are enough that you're basically McGriff is crowded out of full iron.
Yeah, and I think as soon as he's a two-way card, he as a two-way card he's behind even Sorrento, but he's also
Yeah.
behind Dunn and probably
Well, no, you
Hargrove
also
is a lefty. There's the Lou.
yeah, yeah. You get a lot. You get. I mean, you can run Jack Crooks both ways just to have a huge amount of eye. Um, there's a lot of other options in full iron that you don't have in low iron. I mean, I think if low iron existed, maybe this is a C or a D, but without low iron, I think it's basically just never.
Yeah, I think it just never plays. So it ends up being an F, but it's at least an F worth discussion.
Yep, if there were low iron, it probably wouldn't be an F.
Yeah, I think so. If there were low iron, it would be pretty playable.
Yeah.
F plus. There you go. Yeah, F for Fred. All right, Joe Girardi, a card that just on name value alone, if I ever wanted to give an F minus to a card, this would be the guy. Red Sox fan and all that.
Yeah.
However, you've actually got a catcher with 84 catcher ability and 92 catcher arm, so I think we are going to have to grade him fairly.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I think probably we should just do Girardi, Ross, and Matheny at once because it's kind of the same discussion for all three.
I think that's probably right. So essentially, we got three catchers that are released, all of whom are low iron eligible, all of whom are kind of in the range of what you might be willing to run in a cap as a backup to Mathis.
Yeah,
and all of whom are pretty heavy defensive profiles.
Yep. So, I mean, I'd previously been running Roberto Perez in a whole lot of caps. It was a 45. Here we have a 46, a 48, and a 49,
okay,
all of whom are
here's Perez.
varying degrees of slightly better than Perez, I think.
Yeah, so let's start with Perez. Okay. Yeah. So Perez, you're getting 82 catcher ability, so it's lower arm, but are actually not as far behind on the catcher ability. And you've got a bat where, although it doesn't look like there's a lot there, it's a really good shape for the game because it's just power and eye is where all the points are.
Yeah, especially for iron, where really that's what you want. Battling becomes so difficult. Iron.
Okay, so with Girardi, so let's, I don't own the cards, or I would do the comparison. So Girardi, it's 2 more points of catcher ability, a lot of arm. The bat is significantly worse than Perez. Yeah, you've got points in more places, but you're missing points in sort of the key places.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I misread my thing. Yes, I do have Girardi worse than Perez, also and Zunino.
I have him just behind Zunino. Yeah, well, a lot behind Zunino with the bat, and just behind him overall value.
Yep.
Okay, so that's one. Okay, next one we can look at. So then you've got Matheny. Here, you have this huge arm. You're only up 1 more point on the catcher ability, so it's 85 catcher ability, but you've got a huge arm.
Yeah.
The bat, is a little more power, but kind of this lack of eye means, at least as a two-way bat, it's possible. I do have this bat as slightly better than Girardi, but they're both really bad bats.
Yeah, I have this a bit better than Girardi. I think the arm actually in iron becomes somewhat useful because.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, once you get you get this kind of somewhat depressed offensive environment, and you actually want to steal more. And
but
then the arm is quite good.
I still think I'd rather play Perez than this card. It's close.
I have it, I think, very slightly above Perez, but I don't think it's enough above that I'm willing to pay 4 points.
The other thing is this catcher rating of 101 is a bit misleading because it's all coming from the arm.
Yeah, the catcher rating doesn't really tell you much here.
Okay, to be an alternative to Mathis for people that don't have him, none of these cards is even close to an alternative to Mathis. I'm playing Mathis in League, and I'm never playing any of these cards in Iron.
There is no alternative to Mathis. Mathis is an irreplaceable card.
Actually, technically, for another day or two, I think I'm still playing Mathis in Perfect League. I haven't actually touched my team this week because I've given up on League play, but technically Mathis is my Perfect League catcher because I haven't bothered switching him out.
Yeah. Why
So
not?
yeah, Mathis is running in Perfect League, and none of these cards is running in Iron.
Well, this Ross is the best of the
Okay,
three.
so David Ross then is a little different. So Ross, first off, although the catcher ability only says 93, this is the best defensive catcher of the three, by far.
Yes. Yeah, by a lot.
Also, this bat is now almost as good as Perez. The points are in the right place. He has a little less eye than Perez, comparable power, little bits of other things. So Perez's bat's probably, a handful better. But the bat's almost as good as Perez. So I think this card is clearly better than Perez. So my sense is, actually we got 3 managers here, don't we?
Yeah, it's true.
So
That is
of
true.
the various manager cards, I think Gerard and Matheny probably are the Fs, because you're just
Yes.
never playing them over Ross, and of course you're never playing any of these cards over Mathis.
Right. I mean, again, if low iron, maybe this is a different discussion. But we don't have it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Um,
but even in low iron, if they're behind Perez, you're never playing the other two.
yeah, pretty much.
So the discussion's really about David Ross and kind of where you have him. I think one of the other things to consider is there is, at 50, there's also Downing still.
Yeah, I like Downing better than Ross.
And Downing also has the 93 catcher ability, but the bat is entirely an eye. And you know how much I like eye, so I'm going to pick Downing instead.
Yeah, no, I do have Downing above Ross. I also have Hank Severeid above Ross.
I've got Ross just above. They're all really close in my model.
have them fairly close as well. So I don't think I would really ever be willing to pay 2 points to move in a cap from Ross to Downing. Given that I'm not playing Severeid generally, I have played him a couple places. I don't think I'm usually willing to pay 1 point to move from Ross to Severeid. I'm not then willing to pay to move to Ross either.
Yeah, I think there's never a reason to play this. Now, there is one nice thing about all 3 of these cards, which is, if you go for the crap, I didn't find a good catcher, just do the Hail Mary, hope I get Mathis play in a draft. This is 3 more catchers that you could get in the draft if you don't get a Mathis, where there's at least some defense there and it's not a disaster.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And if you see that, you have a few catchers left, kind of when you get to the end of your draft, and you've got some good bronze cards in your last bronze round, then yeah, it does make it a little more appealing to try to get one in the iron round.
Yeah, all 3 of these are much better than the disastrous catcher you can get if you're stuck with your 10th catcher or something.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of those kind of live iron catchers that are just really, really bad, but so it's still a fairly risky thing to do.
Right.
But yeah, it does make it a little more appealing.
And speaking of drafts, maybe after this, now that we got through the low irons, we should do our bounty draft.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
So, yeah, I think if they're all behind Downing, really none of these is ever going to play.
Yeah, I think Ross is the best of them. In low iron, if it existed, I think I would play him.
I agree. But the fact that it doesn't and that he's not a cap card, it's probably an F, but it's clearly a better F than the others.
Yeah, it's definitely a better F.
Give him an F plus. How about an F plus?
Yeah, I think an F plus is fair for Ross.
Just draft Schwarber. So I will say, actually, I'm curious what you think about this. I have, my general rule of thumb in drafts is always draft an even number of catchers.
Well, 0 or more than 2 or more. I have drafted more than 2 before.
Right, but I will occasionally draft 0.
Yeah, 0 is better than 1. 0 is definitely better than 1.
Jackie Robinson's a really good
bad.
catcher.
Yeah, well, 1 is really bad. You have to micro every game if you do 1.
Yeah. All right, so first off, last chance for everyone to fill out the prediction form if you want to win some packs.
Yeah, well, we can let it run through the draft. Probably.
Yeah. How many entries do we have so far?
You got 5 in right now.
5 in. So if you fill it out, you got a 1 in 6 chance.
Well, unless more people fill it out, then then it might go down a little.
Never know.
But yeah, it's you know, quick. You're winning less than a pack per quick you enter. So
And we're gonna do a bounty draft. Let's do. Well, there's one team in it, but let's just do it anyway. We'll do 315. So
right.
bounty draft. In addition to the 3 packs you win for winning the tournament, you can win an additional 5 packs if you knock us out, which is usually not a very hard thing to do.
Yeah, given the way we seem to draft on stream, yeah.
Let us know. Let us know if you're in. All right. So I think normally I was going to say we should give ourselves a handicap. So far the handicap has simply been that we drafted.
Yeah. Well, the handicap is that apparently someone decided it would be a fun joke to see what would happen if you gave someone every single one of the worst cards in the tier.
Yeah.
So,
but should we give ourselves some sort of handicap?
Yeah.
All right. How about that? All right. I'm going to put a poll up. Let's give a few. What would be a good few options for which handicap should we have? All right. Let's see. So one option is no handicap, of course. That's the boring option,
Sure.
but we need all the help we can get.
We could have time limit.
What should we see? 5 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. 5 minutes.
Do you think we could do a shorter limit?
If it weren't 2 people on stream, yes. 2 people on stream.
Oh yeah, because there's a little bit of lag. Because you have to be able to. Cannot draft catchers.
I like that one.
Cannot draft catchers.
Okay, but we can draft cards that can play catcher but are listed other positions though.
Okay, so cannot draft like listed as catchers. All right.
You can't draft listed as catcher.
That sounds good.
Forced to draft any new card we see.
Forced to draft any new card we can see. How about must draft any card we gave F-?
Okay.
If we see a card we gave an F- to in a past stream, we have to draft it.
We have to take it. Yeah.
All right. Is that a good selection?
Yeah. I like that.
We're gonna make it like a 3-minute poll so that we have time to draft. Which handicap do we want to go with? Again, for everyone, this is draft 315. Go ahead and join it if you want to win some packs. I do want to make sure we fill this thing.
Yeah, I can toss my alt in if we're having trouble, but I'll wait for people to join.
Mr. Audit's in the draft. We're gonna lose anyway.
Yeah, it's all over them.
Cannot draft catchers does sound fun.
I've never done that before. The other one, well, no handicap 5-minute limit I've definitely done.
5-minute limit is easy. 2-minute limit I think is pretty doable.
Yeah, for a single person, definitely. For 2 people on stream, I think 2 minutes would be very tough.
Again, anyone throw an alt in, whatever. If you want to win some packs, it is ID 315 in the quicks. So you know what? Someone should poke the tourney. Someone want to poke like the perfect draft thing. Let people know we got a bounty one going if they want to come take a look. And definitely vote on your favorite handicap. All right, I'll ask you, Izadafo, which of these handicaps would you most prefer?
Absolutely cannot draft catchers. That sounds amazing.
That does sound fun. And you know what? All right, actually, I think here's the one we should do. So here's our challenge for anybody else on the stream. For bonus points, and I'll see if we can even swing bonus packs, but for at least bonus points, if you also don't draft catchers and beat us, then I think we can give a bonus.
Yeah, that seems fair.
I'm pretty sure they'd approve a bonus.
Actually, a pretty fun engine test though. Just no one have anyone who can actually play catcher and see what happens.
All right. Can maybe someone's just mention in the Discord,
Yeah.
and let them know that we're doing the cannot draft catchers.
Yep. Fun.
I assume that one's gonna win. We've got a winner. We cannot draft anybody whose listed position is catcher. All right, that definitely sounds like, in fitting with the stream, that one is fun with a capital F. So Mr. Black, I think what we said is we cannot draft any player whose listed position is catcher.
Yeah.
We are allowed to draft a player. We are allowed to draft a player who has a catcher as a non-listed primary position. It cannot say catcher on the card.
Yep. It's dangerous though if we draft someone who can play catcher because we might not see another one.
Exactly. So I think the deal is if we have no catchers, I think we'd end up okay. If we have two catchers, I think we'd end up okay. If we have one catcher, it would be really bad.
Yeah, one catcher. Yeah,
so Brandon Inge, wait, is Inge listed as the catcher or listed as the third baseman?
Inge listed as a third baseman, so that's a pretty good one. There's cards. There's a decent number of cards actually. There's Heavy Johnson. There's I think Charlie Dexter and Iron. There's a few of them.
Yeah, but if you go down to Iron with none.
Yeah. Cristobal Torriente I think has 50 catcher ability, but no ability to learn the position, which is sort of interesting.
Huh.
Is that Todd? Oh yes, it does. Okay, that's a good one. That's been the Todd Sealy. Yeah, check the Iron relievers for catcher ability. I think at that point we're better off just playing some random gold with a bat at catcher.
That's right. A few of these relievers have a catcher ability, right?
Yeah, but I don't know that's is 2 catcher ability make much difference ahead of 0?
Yeah. All right. So 5 spots left. If anyone's in, if you're in, let us know so that we know you can get the bounty if you beat us. And like I said, we'll have to ask someone to approve this, but I'm pretty sure we can swing it. If you knock us out and have no catchers on your team, I'm pretty sure we can find a way to give you a double reward.
Yeah.
So that is our challenge to everybody else in here. You don't have to accept it, but your mission, should you choose to accept, is that the phrasing? I'm probably getting it wrong now.
Close enough.
Is to knock us out with no catchers. All right, 4 more spots. I think it's going to fill. Let's go ahead and do our draft.
Let's do it.
So what is our strategy here? Is our strategy going to be...
I think we only take a catcher if we see 2 in the same round.
I'm thinking if you get one early enough, you just
maybe
roll
early
the
enough.
dice.
Maybe. It's so risky though, because if we don't see another one ever, then we're just...
Well, okay, but what if we take Dink, and then we just... Because if we start him at second, I think he'll never play catcher, right? Or is that wrong?
Well, if we take Dink, I think we're playing him anyway. We're taking him anyway. We just force position him at some other position and hope the AI listens to it.
Heavy Johnson would be legal because he's not listed as a catcher.
Right. Heavy Johnson, I think we take if we get, because it's
all
the
right.
first
Let's see
round
what we got here. Here we go. And guess who we got?
That's amazing. Okay.
Okay. Now we actually have a real decision to make.
This is actually, yeah. I think we're supposed to take him.
I sort of feel like though with the stream we're supposed to take McGriff.
That's true. Let's take McGriff. Let's take McGriff.
On the other hand, if we take Heavy Johnson, it's totally like, streamer luck rigged.
Yeah.
Okay, what is Heavy's catcher ability? 67.
Like 60. Yeah, it's not bad. He's actually a decent catcher.
It's funny, 'cause, yeah. Oh, I feel like we are supposed to take Heavy.
I think Heavy Johnson actually probably is the best card for this kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think we could take him. I think we've got to take McGriff.
All right, hold on. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do a 1-minute poll.
We got to take McGriff.
We're gonna just let chat tell us.
All right.
We're gonna let chat decide. Heavy or Fred.
Oh,
we're gonna go with draft every catcher you see.
I think that's worse, actually. Oh.
No audio? No, I can. No, I think we got audio.
I mean, it's been an hour, so it's about time for our scheduled technical difficulties.
10 catchers is an even number of catchers.
That's true.
Ooh, it's a close vote. I think we should. I think we should do whatever the chat says. I think is fair.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
McGriff's definitely the better. I mean, McGriff might be the better pick if we think we're going to find a catcher later.
Well, we don't think we're going to find two later.
I'd be okay if it's a tie. I think we should go McGriff.
It's 5-4 for Heavy.
All right, then I think chat wins, right?
All right, we're going with Heavy. I think he might actually be the best card for this.
All right.
But
now we need a second catcher, or we're stuck.
Yep. Okay, these are not ideal.
Okay, does Fred Long catch?
I don't think
No.
so. I think we might just
Matt
take
Thornton's
Thornton.
not bad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we
Thornton's
at least get a
definitely the
good
best
reliever.
card. Yeah.
I'm
It's
just
the
checking.
best of 5.
I'm sort of checking if
Check for
Javi
catcher.
Baez Yeah, does Javi Baez like randomly catch? No. Occasionally, one of the live guys does. Actually, does Kenley Jansen catch?
Maybe.
Because he used to be a
I don't know.
catcher, right?
Yeah, he did. I don't think any of his historicals do, but maybe the live does. I think this is probably Thornton, though.
I think it's Thornton. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that's great. We spent all the time thinking about this, and then we.
Then we got it. Yeah.
All right. Now, does Sandy Alomar even count as a catcher? Okay. I mean, it's probably pretty clearly Tommy Harper, but
Yeah, it's just Tommy Harper. Yeah.
I mean, Frank White. I'm just thinking if anybody else catches. I mean, Tommy Harper would be our best shot at a random catcher, right?
Yeah, probably, and it's actually the best card. Too,
No. All right, let's go Harper then.
Yep.
And I guess we're not allowed to take Tettleton just as a DH
Nope, we can't take Tettleton.
because I do like the bat.
Yep. I think we take Ryan Howard. And then
Yeah, I don't love that, but do we take Wagner and just take a second reliever?
we take Tovar. It's a lot of defense at second and short.
Yeah. There's no
I mean,
eye.
at bat, there's not really much of a bat, but the defense is very good.
There's
Just
no
flexibility.
eye, though. What do you... All right.
I think I'd probably take Tovar, but
My
it's either Tovar or
instinct's
Wagner.
Wagner, but I'm okay with Tovar if you want to do Tovar.
Yeah, I'm fine with either of those. We already have the one reliever. We have no
I mean,
starters,
I think Harper I'd rather run at second as well if we can get away with it.
Yeah, I like Harper at second too, but Tovar can play short. He can be a backup. It would be Harper's flexibility.
All right, let's do it. Okay, hold on. Now Montalvo's great anyway. I know he pitches. Does he catch?
I don't think so.
No, but we're still taking him, right?
Yeah, we're still taking him. Yeah, I mean, we're playing him in the outfield, but we're definitely still taking him.
Now I don't love any of the other options here.
I think Al Rosen is probably the best card.
That's what I was looking at. Yeah, and then Harper we were gonna have play second anyway.
Yeah, so that works out. Our infield is
Um,
full, but it's probably okay.
this Mike Marshall's vaguely playable.
Yeah, that's an okay card.
Syndergaard, if he had any pitcher BABIP, would have been great, but
Yeah, I remember that was a card at the start of the cycle when there was kind of still some uncertainty about pitcher BABIP that people were trying a lot, but of course he didn't work out very well.
all right, it's probably Rosen then, right?
Yeah, I think it's Rosen.
Maybe does Kodai Senga catch? Oh, that's a good question. Does Senga
Oh, that's a good idea.
catch?
A good idea.
He appears at 5 other positions. Okay, he has catcher ability, but he is not qualified to learn
Yeah,
catcher.
I think we'll see a live who has catcher, another live has catcher ability at some point, if that's the way we want to go.
All right, so we're skipping Senga. That's a
I
really
think we
good
can skip
idea, though.
Senga.
That is a really good idea.
Yeah,
All right, we're doing this.
yeah. Oh, red crescent right field. I like that.
Very nice.
I'm a big fan of that.
All right, Espino's great. Let's start with that.
Yep, we're taking that. And
Okay.
anyone
First
play
off, is anyone
catcher?
randomly catch? Let's start
maybe
with that.
Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin Gonzalez plays every other position.
Oh, that's true. He doesn't catch.
No. We might still be taking him though.
Does the live Spencer steer? Because he also plays everything.
Oh, that's true.
He has 1 catcher ability.
No, well, Senga had 4. Maybe we should have taken Senga.
It's 4 times as good.
Yeah.
Actually, so the card I want is Marcus Giles. Now the problem is we were going to run Harper at second.
Yeah. I mean, we
But
could
I do like
we
Giles.
DH Rosen. I like Giles also. I will say that AJ Reed also is a decent card.
Yeah.
But I think probably Giles is better.
Nickname is Big Herman, huh?
I mean, fitting with the theme of first baseman with nickname Big H nicknames.
We're all going to lose in the first round to teams with catchers.
Probably.
I'm thinking
Maybe
Giles.
maybe it's actually Howie Christ, maybe.
Just run him out of the pen.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right. We'll go with another reliever. So we've now picked 2 relievers and no, we got 1 starter. That
Oh, we got
round.
Trino, yeah.
Okay. So
Ooh,
Elliot
J.C.
Maddox
Hamilton,
is good. Oh, does J.C. Hold on. He's a multi-way player.
Yeah, he's a multi-way player, yeah.
No.
Oh, man, that's too bad. Oh, well.
We could decide, how we feel about this Carlos Marmol.
Yes. You're right. I got Howard and Frank Thomas mixed up. That's not ideal.
Carlos Marmol.
Yeah, I like Marmol. I mean, it's a lot of relievers, but it's a good card. Maybe actually it's Kyle Loesch. Maybe Kyle Loesch and Elliot Maddox.
I like Maddox for sure. I sort of like Bubba Harris too.
Yeah, Bubba Harris I also like.
Do we just go third reliever? Look, we're gonna just beat everybody with the bullpen.
Sure. Yeah, why not? I'm assuming no one else catches. None of these lives catch. We should just.
I mean, since we have no catchers, there's no real reason to get pitchers, right?
No, we have. Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on. Doesn't Ian Happ catch?
I don't know. Maybe. This doesn't. It's not.
Says 4, but he doesn't list as playable. I could swear Ian Happ catches.
I don't know.
All right,
I don't remember him doing it, but I think this is good.
All right.
It's fine.
We should have said one exception. If we get Eddie Taubensee, we should be allowed to take him.
Okay. we did get Sandy Alomar.
But I could swear Ian Happ has been at least an emergency catcher.
Maybe. Yeah.
All right, I'll look at. Or Mark in Mississippi is saying.
Yeah, it's caught. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do need a starter, so I guess let's see. Billingsley is not great, but
Bonderman is terrible. Bonderman is like 20 pitcher BABIP.
So I'm thinking we should probably take Billingsley just because we need a starter.
Yeah, I think we have to take Billingsley. and then maybe Aaron Rowan.
Okay, does anybody randomly catch here? I'm just quickly checking if anyone like just happens to 4 catcher ability for Jordan Walker.
All right, we've seen 4 on a few lives, so that feels like what we're going to get from the lives probably.
But we also have to be allowed to put them there is the problem.
Right. That's the big issue. Well, we might have gotten ourselves in a pickle with this Heavy Johnson pick.
Should have gone McGriff.
Should have gone McGriff. I think it's probably Rowan. We don't really. I mean, Maddox will play right, and Montalvo will play left.
Or you go with Sisto.
Or Lezcano. Yeah.
Maybe you put Sisto in right because you at least get the glove.
Yeah, that might be better actually. That's probably better.
So Sisto in right, Maddox in center, and Montalvo in left maybe.
Yep. That makes sense to me.
Oh, Hap is not caught. Okay. If we take 0 catchers, what happens is we win. All right. So we got a lot of good options here. So
the first thing we need to check is if Luther Farrell catches.
So I think I want Luther Farrell and Henke no matter what, but let's look at them anyway. Luther Farrell does not catch.
I don't know that we want Luther Farrell. I mean, I guess we have no starters, but
well, we have no starters, and he's a 2-way option.
But Bill Paul is such a good card.
He is. Ismael Valdez is maybe the better starter, but Farrell is a good outfielder.
Yeah, no, it is probably Farrell and Henke. Yeah, you're right. I think. Actually, we can platoon Farrell and Lezcano. That actually works pretty nicely.
Yeah. So the thing about Henke is he's really, really good, but this would be 4 relievers we've taken now.
No, Henke's a starter. Henke has 27 stamina, 3 pitches.
You want to start him?
I do.
Well, you could start him. It's just you're going to need a catcher to get him, through the game efficiently.
We have Heavy Johnson. It's fine.
All right. We need like a Dave McNally. Oh, okay. I was going to say we need like a Dave McNally, and you know what?
Well, this looks like a pretty straightforward round.
This looks like a Dave McNally.
And then, I think it's just Dave McNally and Fielder Jones, right?
Well, it would be, except that let's just do a quick check.
Yeah.
If anybody catches, who would be most likely to catch?
Probably one of the lives.
Some of these live pitchers randomly catch. Wait, how is Yenier Cano still only a bronze?
Because he started as a 44, I guess. But yeah, that doesn't seem quite right.
Let's see. Kunkel plays a bunch of stuff.
Josh Lester, maybe? Does Lester play catcher? He's not listed there.
1 ability forearm.
No, okay.
Eduardo Escobar, no. All right, no catchers. So I guess then we go fielder, right?
Yeah, I think we just go fielder.
All right.
He's probably actually our starting center fielder versus right.
Oh, he's definitely our starting center fielder.
Yeah. So we can platoon him with Maddox. Actually, that works well.
Wait. Remember to count catchers. We have 2 left after this round.
Okay. That we can't take.
I know, but it's good advice to count catchers. All right, here we go. Max Kepler has 6 catcher ability.
Oh, that's as good as we've seen. That might be worth as a head.
The problem is that we're not allowed to put him there intentionally.
Can we trick the AI into doing it somehow? He is 0.
All right. Wait, Urias has pitcher BABIP at least.
Yeah, Urias is fine.
And does King also King? So Urias and King are probably the 2.
I think that
options.
Patton is also okay, as I remember.
Yeah, he's also okay. And none of these play the catcher.
Yeah. No,
all right. Maybe Patton may be a little better. Patton and Urias, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We're a little. Well, Henke's a starter. We have 5 starters. It's fine.
All right. Victor Caratini's barely a catcher. He's a catcher. All right.
All right. These are our last 2 catchers.
Last 2 catchers, so we can take any iron card we want. That's good, because if we were offered a Mathis, I would have been really tempted.
Yeah. Okay, I think we take Herman Long for sure.
Yeah, it's 1 position, but it's a really good option.
No, that's all right. We have Tovar can slide a second, and we have a bunch of infielders.
Okay, do
that are
any of these
flexibility.
lives catch? Doesn't look like, other than the two catchers, who obviously.
Yeah. I think we'd probably
Sarge
just
is
take
also
whichever,
not great.
I think we'd probably just take whichever live has the most catcher ability, and hope that the AI is smart enough to put them there.
I feel like any sentence that starts with "hope the AI is smart enough to," blank.
Yeah, it is a bit of a wishful.
All right. So Kevin Kelly has 4 catcher ability, and is a reliever,
Actually,
and is a
decent live
reliever who can get righties out.
Yeah, that looks like a decent.
Let's do that.
Like
Let's go with
choice.
Kevin Kelly as our backup catcher.
Yeah.
All right. Curious for chat. So how many people? Let us know how many catchers you've ended up with in this draft. So last round, did we get a second catcher?
I don't think so.
We clearly should have taken McGriff.
Yeah, it was a mistake.
All right. So what are we doing here? It's also just not a great iron round to pick 5 of these, is
really
it?
not.
Okay, Dave Winfield doesn't play anything else. Can he pretend to catch? No.
No.
Wow. This is a bad iron round.
Yeah, in fact, it's almost another low iron round.
Yeah.
Very close.
Probably it's Makowiak. It's not really a 5th outfielder if Heavy's our catcher.
Right. Well,
but I'm actually thinking we don't want to run Heavy.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to force start Heavy some other place.
I think we force start Heavy elsewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Though of course the AI might still make him a catcher, despite her best efforts to not let it.
Okay, tell me one of these lives just happens to have a background as a catcher. Okay, it's not Davis Martin, but he's probably fine. Jesse Schultens. 4 catcher abilities worse than what we've got. Rob Makowiak just doesn't catch. Although we're probably picking him, right?
I guess. How are we doing in positions?
We need a just general backup infielder, which we also seem to have failed to draft.
Okay. We don't really have one of those.
Okay, well, Edward Cabrera has 4 catcher ability as well.
Okay, actually, this is actually a pretty decent looking live iron.
Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to be at 13 pitchers, which is fine because one of our pitchers might catch.
Yeah, well, Luther Farrell maybe. That could work. It's a decent hitter at least.
Yeah, all right. Probably DeFondi just for. Wow, that's an awful iron first baseman, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not a good card. Monty Irvin has an enormous amount of left field defense.
Yeah, we have 7 outfielders now.
Yeah.
Or no, I guess Heavy
can play
short.
Short. Oh boy. Maybe he's supposed to DH actually. So our outfield is pretty good defensively.
I think we're taking DeFondi then just because we need the infielder?
I guess.
And what? Makowiak? Wally Moses? Moses has one of the worst bats possible, but some defense, so maybe Makowiak? He plays third.
Oh, he plays third then, yeah, I didn't realize that.
All right, let's do it. All right, we got it in under the wire.
I didn't realize we were so low on time, wow. Okay, so what are we doing here?
So first off, I just gotta say thank you to chat for suggesting a good handicap.
Yeah, this was great.
All right, so first, okay, the AI wants us to start Tom Henke.
Yeah, we should do it. We should, however, start Dave McNally over somebody.
Over maybe Billingsley.
Over Billingsley. Oh, Chris. No, over Chris. We can't start.
What is the AI doing?
If we're starting Henke, we might as well start Chris too.
I don't want to lose all the games.
It's fine. They'll have no catcher, and they'll walk a lot of people, and they'll have to leave the game in the second inning. It's just like a normal relief
Okay.
appearance.
Is Montalvo at all a starter?
I don't
No.
think so.
Are we willing to start Farrell? I don't really want to do it. Okay, we're not starting Christ and Henke. That's probably too disastrous, right?
Probably we could
How
go
about
down to
maybe do
four starting
Billingsley?
pitchers. No, we should go down to 4 starting pitchers. That's the thing to do.
No, but if you do that, you really can't run Henke.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. Mhm. All right.
You know
Sure.
what? Henke's at least our number 2.
Henke, yeah. Henke might even be a better pitcher. No, Espino's probably slightly better just as a pitcher, but he does have
Okay.
stamina above 30.
This does look absolutely crazy, so I'm a big fan so far. I will say somebody actually found the trick for making Brooks Kieschnick work as a two-way player.
Yeah, I've been playing him a decent amount of stuff.
No, but how you get him to both bat and be a reliever?
In the same game,
Yeah.
while he's already in the field.
The trick is you make him an opener in DH, and then
Oh,
when
yeah,
they take him out of the game, he gets to keep DHing.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but it didn't seem like it was really helping enough. But maybe it is.
All right, now this is a problem. This is definitely a problem.
This is a big problem. we have to force start Heavy some other place.
Right.
Okay, so this is.
So I'm thinking we make Heavy a DH, and now we
I think we need to set the force start in his
force start
just
DH.
in the hope that the AI will listen
Right.
to it,
Yes.
which it probably won't.
Now, no. Good try.
Oh,
It's a good try from our manager, but no. All right. This looks good, right? I mean, not good, but
Well, good-ish.
it looks like a lineup.
It probably will still try to put Heavy at catcher, I'm guessing. But
Is there any way to tell it?
the only way to tell it not to is to, like, force bench him for a long time, probably.
No,
But that
we don't
doesn't
want to
seem
force
like a
bench
good idea either.
Heavy. We definitely don't want. We definitely don't want to force bench Heavy. That would be a real
Yeah, that doesn't
mistake.
seem right. Yeah. Harper to second, Tovar to short. Oh yeah, that was what we wanted to do. Yep, good call on that one. If that wasn't already the way it was.
So if Tovar at second, Tovar at short.
Yeah, Tovar short. I mean, actually,
Rosen at
Long
third,
better.
and Rosen at third.
Long might be-
Then
Long would be better than Tovar versus righties.
we got 94 range, 97 range. Yes.
Yeah, so we can platoon those two. Then that'll work.
Good try to our AI manager, but no. No.
We will not permit
We
that to happen.
definitely not allowed.
Oh, actually, this is actually a clever thing to make Heavy a backup at a lot of other positions, because that way it might put him in there when other people get tired.
Yeah, which means he's not catching.
Right.
Okay, now the other thing is, who did we decide was our, which was the pitcher who had a little bit of catcher ability?
We wanted to platoon Lescano and Farrell, I think, also, right?
Go on. First off, catcher ability.
It was Kevin Kelly, I believe.
Kevin Kelly and Edward Cabrera. So let's make them both two-way players.
Right.
No, they're not a pinch hitter when tired. That would be a little much, right?
And can we force start them at catcher?
No.
I'm guessing it won't let us.
No, we can't. But we can do this. All right. Oh, sorry. Who do we want to platoon again?
Yeah. Farrell and Lescano, I think, what it was.
I think that's right. So we wanted Farrell versus lefties. All right. I think this is
It's a draft.
It's a draft. Yes, of the
We did
various
it.
drafts that we've done, this is definitely one of them.
Yep, it's a draft. Oh, we should platoon Maddox and Fielder Jones also probably.
Yeah. So yeah, because Fielder's not so splitty, but I guess Maddox, you're thinking
Well, also just for the fatigue management. It
maybe
helps,
Maddox
right?
versus lefties. Is that the way you
Yeah,
want to do it?
yeah.
All right. And I assume we'll put the catcher batting 9 as all pitchers should.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm actually kind of excited about all 3 games we're going to go in this draft.
Me too. Well, we may play an opponent that also has no catchers. So, then it would be pretty interesting.
Well, I think we would beat an opponent that has 1 catcher.
Well, that depends if the AA manager is smart enough not to put Heavy at catcher.
Yes.
Yeah, which is definitely
Okay, it hasn't
questionable.
fired yet, so we're not quite going to be able to see the teams. It is filled, though.
Okay. Well, I guess we can do a few more cards and then come check in.
All right, I think that sounds like a plan.
We definitely need to speed up a bit.
Yes, we do. Oops, I didn't actually mean to log out there, did I? All right, I'm actually kind of excited about this one.
Me too.
All right. By the way, last chance for anyone who wants to do the predictions. We're gonna close them in about 5 cards.
Yeah. If there is anyone here who's interested in doing this, I think it'd be kind of fun to try to take over a relatively small entry fee or some other tournament that doesn't fill, and play a whole lot of exactly duplicate rosters.
Could be fun.
So I don't know if that's something we can organize, but if there's anyone else in here who would want to try such a science experiment, then let us know, I guess.
I think we already have one of those tournaments, though. Isn't it called the Wednesday Mishmash?
Okay, fair enough.
All right, what do we got next here? Bud Smith. Is this Bud for us? So again, some pitcher BABIP. He's no Charlie Lee.
No, I mean the problem I think with this card is that we're now into full iron, and you start going up against cards like Wally Bunker and Charlie Lee and Jim Bouton, who have
Yeah, there's just too much.
a whole lot of
Yep. All right. I think this one. So the answer is well, you know what? You can insert your own pun here.
Yeah.
Since we keep claiming we're gonna do the speed round, we actually do want to get through all of these.
Yes, which at the current speed is
You
gonna
know,
be tough. All right.
unfortunately,
So,
I don't think this set is worth a 7-hour stream. So
yeah, probably not.
Ricky
I mean,
Gutierrez. So we've got a bat where the only redeeming feature is avoiding Ks, but when he avoids Ks, he doesn't do anything with it, right?
yep. He's really good at sacrifice bunting. That's probably the best thing. And bunting for hit. That's probably the way to go with this card if you're going to play it. But it doesn't play defense either, so you'd have a DH that's sacrifice bunting. So yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so if you're gonna
That's
play,
fine.
so if you're gonna play it, don't.
Yeah.
All right. How about the Iron Rollin'?
So
I
for the
mean-
form, does F plus count as an F? Or I think F plus counts as an F.
I think F plus counts as an F, and any version of S counts as an S.
Yep. All right. So this is the first of our Rollins.
All right. We're gonna close the form when we get to the end of the Iron. Oh no, there are a lot of irons. We're gonna close the form in about 5 cards.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe
So-
when we go check in on the draft.
Yeah. How many entries do we have so far?
Let's see. Let me check. Where's the window?
Yeah.
Oh, did I close it? No, I didn't close it. It's right here. 9 we're up to.
All right. Oh yeah. Did you share the thing with me? I should.
I shared the sheet with you, I think. Sent that just before the link for the form. Oh, I didn't change it to. I didn't change the permissions. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right, there we go. You should be able to see it now.
Okay, sounds good. And as usual, I won't, I won't kind of go through them in detail until we get to the end of the stream.
Yep.
All right. So this is a really good third baseman for Iron under normal circumstances. The problem is he's not Dave Kingman.
Or Ryan Schimpf, for that matter.
Yeah, well, you can try to throw Schimpf at second, right?
Yeah, you can try. Yeah, I mean, so I think this is maybe kind of similar to a card like the Iron Jackie Robinson.
I've got the Jackie a little bit ahead of him though, like maybe half more or something.
I have the Jackie slightly ahead of him, but I think they're reasonably comparable. They kind of do the same thing, shaped slightly different. But I do run Iron Jackie sometimes because I play Kingman at first, and Iron, I want a lot of platoons, and finding a place where there's not a platoon split is sometimes nice, or not as much of a platoon split at least.
But this Jackie also has two big advantages over Roland in addition to being slightly better. One is he also plays left and he's qualified to play first and second, and the other is he plays the SE cap.
Yep. Though of course there's a lot of other Jackies you can also play there. So yeah, I mean I think the Roland is okay, but it's not really a critical card for Iron when the Jackie and Schimpf and Kingman and whoever my model wants to play Jimmy Ryan at third base because it's crazy.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is that as a one position player you're never running him as a backup, so it's probably not a draftable card.
No, it's not certainly a card I'm interested in looking for in a draft.
Because Kingman, by the way, also plays first.
Yeah, and in fact, I end up playing Kingman at first a decent amount actually.
Yeah. All right, so I think this.
Yeah, I think it might be a D. I think I could argue for a D for this, but yeah.
I could. It's not. Yeah, it's just never playable in anything, I guess.
Probably not. It's not that far though.
No, I mean it's a good F. Yeah. All right.
That's probably still an F.
All right. Junior Felix. So he's already beginning with an F. That's a bad sign.
Bad sign. Very, very, very bad omen.
So we got a right fielder, not great defensively, but an Iron. That can happen. But the bat's also just not great, is it?
Yeah, I think this card's okay. The card I like more than this. Well, there's two cards I like more than this. One is this live Brett Phillips that's been really, really great the whole season, and is a 49 actually. And the second one is the Iron Curtis Granderson.
I think there are a few others as well. So,
two ways. I'm
no. But even two ways. Like I'd run this Ryan Friel, for example. You can run him a bunch of places, but I'm happy to run. I actually feel like right is where I'm most likely to run him.
I like Friel, though I'm mostly like platooning Friel in general, but yeah.
Also, FP Santangelo again plays a bunch of places, but I think you could play him in right.
Yeah, you could. He usually ends up in center for me.
I also might even play the live Travis Jankowski ahead of this card in right. It's closer.
I don't like Jankowski as much in Iron. I think he's a better kind of like multi-position cap card, like the high Iron floor cap, than an Iron card.
That makes sense. The other one that I've kind of found recently is this Michael Ciani.
Yeah, I like this card too, actually. I thought about running this in Iron.
Because you get him as a two-position guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I think, I have him as about 10th in right field, and just you're not going to play him.
Yeah, I have him a bit above that, but still not going to play him.
All right, Craig Lefferts, who, we talked about on the stream with Laptop Hound a few weeks ago. This is the last pitcher in the NL to hit a walk-off home run.
All right, well, maybe that was a trivia question that I missed, because I certainly would not have gotten that right.
But as for the card, and he only has 7 power, just only 7 power.
Yeah, what a shame. He should clearly have more.
And if you're not playing him for his bat, all right. So actually, This card I do have as being like in the range of playable. I wish he had
Yeah,
more pitcher BABIP, but I've got him. Let me see. I've got him as the 5th best pure reliever, but only about the 20th best overall arm in Iron.
that's about the same place I've got him. So maybe it's kind of on the fringes, but I don't think it quite makes it. Yeah, it's just there's just a little bit too little pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, I do think this one though is at least draftable.
Oh yeah, draft. This is definitely an iron.
So maybe we can at least give him a D for like draftable. Is
Sure.
that fair?
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. Edwin Encarnacion. He's got power. He's got eye. So I love both of those things.
His
right?
infield error is substantially too high. Oh, this is the silver actually.
That's why. Never mind. I was gonna say, as an iron, wait a minute, that's a really good card.
His infield error is even higher actually with the iron.
Is it?
Yeah. It's still. I mean, either one's way too high. Like.
Okay. Oh, but this one's the third baseman, which is a big problem because you really can't play third.
Well, I don't care that he doesn't play third. I still don't want to play him because he doesn't hit either.
Yeah. All right. We can move on. Edwin Encarnacion doesn't even get an E.
Doesn't even get an E. Yeah.
All right. How about?
Well, the problem is that he dropped the bottom part of the E, so he got an F.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna sort of make a fielding joke, and it just didn't quite come together. But like there was a fielding thing, and there was dropping stuff, and there was like an E.
Yeah.
It was a really obvious joke, and I just blew it. Okay. All right. How about Dale Murray? Would you trade this card for the Iron Fred McGriff?
Yes. No. Probably.
I don't think they're either. Neither's playable with that BABIP.
No.
All right. We'll move on. Juan Encarnacion. Another Encarnacion. So he's doesn't play the outfield, and he doesn't hit, and he doesn't run, and he doesn't bunt.
I have to say I had not seen this card before just now.
Why is this card like 59?
This feels like a strong F- contender.
This actually, I think this is definitely a contender for the worst card in the set. Why is that card a 59?
I really have no idea. Yeah, this card is. There's really nothing here that is at all useful. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I think this probably does make it to the coveted F- tier.
Wow. Because I was sort of going to think we are going to circle back and like maybe that John McDonald bat or something was going to be. No, this is all right. I think this is a contender for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this set is big enough that I haven't had a chance to look at every individual card. I just kind of looked at what got spit out at the top. But
I played pool with Juan Encarnacion. Wino is saying.
Okay.
Nice. I'm gonna guess that most major league players, especially like hitters, are probably excellent pool players.
But yeah, it would seem to make sense.
Was he really good?
What would his pool rating be? Is it better than his card?
All right. Meanwhile, we're gonna have. It didn't fire yet, so we'll have to come back.
All right. Should got 10 entries in for the.
Stratico saying Edwin would miss the far corner pockets.
Okay. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Oh, you know what else? We forgot to check in on our Sean Marshalls.
Oh, yes.
This is maybe a good time to do that since we're about to get to that discussion. And shockingly, I am not knocked out of the tournament yet.
Wow.
I'm going to say it's the power of Sean Marshall that's kept us alive all this time.
It can only be Marshall.
Well, the power of Sean Marshall plus that we're probably only like in round 2.
That helps.
But I'm going to more say it's Sean Marshall.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with that as an explanation.
Really, what else could it be? No, oh no, we're in round 3.
All right, that's not bad.
We're in round 3. Oh, okay. None of my pitchers here have catcher ability. That's not shocking. All my pitchers are tired. That's a little bit.
That was clearly the
troubling.
First mistake you made.
And look at this, Sean Marshall. Look at this, 143 BABIP against. Look at this guy.
There you go.
ERA of 0, 3 2/3 innings, WHIP of .55. 131 FIP. I'm telling you, that best card in the game.
Best card there is.
Absolutely best card there is. Although we may be about to get knocked out of this thing, but yeah, things happen. How are the other Sean Marshalls doing?
Take a look.
0, dead flat, 0 ERA for every Sean Marshall in the tournament.
I'm sure these 1 BABIPs are going to continue. But
no, you know what it is? It's like, so I find this now, like, when I'm pitching, because like I'm crap, but the defense is really alert behind me because they know they've got to bail me out.
So maybe that's the thing with Marshall.
Yeah.
They, just rallies to the occasion.
The outfielders know they're going to get a lot of work.
Yeah.
Look at this, strikeout to walk of like 5. I mean,
yeah, great.
Is one of these is yours also, right?
Yeah, presumably. I did play him. Oh, I guess that one.
This looks like you.
That does look like me. Wow, did he he's an all-star appearance? What is that icon?
Where?
Did he win at the top?
TC All-Star. Wait.
What?
Now, how does that work?
No, Mr. Black, the series MVP one is different. That's the one with like the 3 stars. I don't know what this is.
All right, hold on. Now I'm. See, you get to learn something new about this game every stream.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
All right.
Hold on, I should check. Does it have it for
Florence Baycat? Okay. See if you pull up the new. Can you pull up like your news items? Is there a news about him?
Yeah. Let me just go. I gotta open the tournament up.
So Dink and Lou were my team MVPs.
All right.
Oh, news from your team only. How about news from the entire league? That's going to be a lot, right? And that's okay. That's still not going to.
Oh, bronze. Yeah, Bronze Bear. I forgot about that one. That would have been a nice one to find for us.
Oh, nice. Spore. You're also trying the no catcher thing. Oh, you got
no
Heavy and Bronze Bear. Very nice.
Yeah, I didn't think of Bronze Bear, but that's a good one.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, because if we got both, we definitely would have run 2 catchers.
Yeah, if we got both, we would have run Heavy a catcher.
Oh,
that looks like the draft fired, so we should go check in on that.
All right, let's go check in on how the draft is doing and who our opponents are.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, you should be able to find your your emails, and it should tell you if you got a series MVP.
It says he got 100 points for an achievement, but I didn't get credited for them. So I guess it's good. I have no idea what this is. There's no messages anywhere. It just says Tournament All-Star Selection on April 2nd. April 2nd was the day of the first sim. This is bizarre.
Tournament All-Star. So there's a Tournament All-Star team?
I have never ever seen that before.
So I wonder if there's an All-Star break. Oh, okay. You know what? These are listed as playoffs, right? Like that's the way
They are
they're set up.
playoffs.
So I wonder if they actually run this as a 0-game regular season, which means there's an All-Star break, which means they just select an All-Star team.
Do they just select random then, since no one has any stats?
Is that possible?
Is there anyone else who has this? There's no like news listing for it anyplace. Oh, there is here entry division All-Star fan voting, but it's blank. It has nothing in it. Oh, Spore is stealing my points now.
All right. In the
I could
meantime,
really
by
use
the
the
way,
help.
we are up against the Cosmo Canyon Elders of Jelly Bay, who
Also no catchers.
also have no
Yes.
catchers. This is going to be fun.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Although I will say, looking at their roster, I think their catcherless
actually-
roster may be a lot better than our catcherless roster.
That's actually that looks like quite a good roster.
Um,
Yeah, I
and
wonder if
and
Tristan
the best
McKenzie
part
is
about that
catchable.
plan is that you never have to count catchers.
That's true. Yeah, you can't ever make a mistake on that.
One catcher ability.
One, okay.
So,
Actually, you should go to the tournament search and see how many catchability players there are.
okay. What am I looking? The player search.
The
You mean?
player search, yeah.
And what am I looking for?
Go to search.
Just position catcher.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, and heavy counts apparently. Wait, are
So we-
heavy listed as a cat? No, our heavy. Oh, like our heavy.
No. That's someone else's heavy. Oh, no, it's
No,
our
that's our
heavy.
heavy.
The AI put it back. Oh no, we just never changed his position because the AI had him as a catcher and then we just never set his position.
Okay.
So how many? We have 22 catchers in 16 teams. So less than 2 catchers a team.
Right, but also 4 of these. No, 5 with the other heavy. Oh, and Sammy Hughes is also not a catcher.
Yep. Well, Sammy Hughes would have been a good one too.
He would have been.
Jacko Fields is an outfielder also.
Okay, this is a lot of fun. We should definitely.
No, Sport. The All-Star thing for Marshall was not the 3-star one. I know the 3-star one is a Series MVP, but he didn't get a Series MVP.
Yeah,
It
it's a
was some
single,
other-
and if you mouse
weird
over it,
thing.
it says like TC All Star.
Yeah, 2023 TC All-Star. Here, I can.
I can
Yes.
go pull it up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just never seen it before,
I-
so I'm guessing.
I've never ever seen that.
I'm guessing they must run, like as part of the setup, they must run an all-star team because they go through an all-star break,
I
right?
guess something that could be maybe something like a 256 team. Yeah, it could, like it splits it in. Well, because okay, if you've ever on OTP Go, if you're on one standings tab in like league and then you go to a tournament, it'll keep the same standings tab even if the standings tab isn't like applicable. And if you do that on a tournament, you'll see the tournament actually is split into 2 leagues. Like there's an AC and an NC. It gets split into.
That's right, because there's something about like if I go to what is it, reports. Right, I'm 0-0, but this 12th place actually includes what my record is in the postseason.
Yes, it does, and I think it also includes like the run differential.
Oh, okay. Oh no, okay. So, see, look, I've got standings, entry division.
Oh, do you have an all-star? I wonder. Did they
No,
pick
but
an all-star
see
from
how
every
there's a
team?
standings, right?
Yep.
Roster ratings, top prospects. No.
Huh. Yeah. Maybe there's only like one per tournament, and so it's just like very rare that you happen to notice it.
I've never seen it before.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I mean, I wasn't just to make sure I wasn't like completely.
No, I have it too. It's
Missing
not
this.
just your.
It's your Marshall, right?
It's my
Yeah,
much, but it's also
see?
on.
2023 TC All Star.
But I'm saying like it's not even just in your local version of the game. Like I have the same thing in my version of the game.
Were stats great? Well, I mean, here are his entire
No,
stats. which
The
are
thing is also-
good, but I think it must have done it before the tournament fired.
Yeah, it did it for the tournament because there's a news listing. It's a really strange news listing actually. Like if you go to
Oh, let me find. Go to my news. You're saying?
yeah,
Oh, here you
No,
go.
just like
All-Star fan voting results.
right, but it's just blank. There's just nothing there.
Okay.
So they must have voted, and some made-up fan voted for Sean Marshall, I guess.
Okay, I will say if I were gonna vote, I would have voted for Sean Marshall.
I would too. I don't know that I would have voted for my Sean Marshall in particular, but some Sean Marshall.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess my Sean Marshall. Let me see. My Sean Marshall. No All-Star.
Yeah, see, he's not special. I've got the special one. Maybe it's because I pulled mine and you bought yours, so it knows that my Marshall is.
I'm just seeing
It's
if I
more
have.
dear to
Did
me.
I get any All-Stars? I got no All-Stars. This is
It's rigged.
this is
rigged.
absolutely rigged. My
This is streamer luck.
fans.
luck.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh no, this is the round
Right,
MVP.
that's the
that
normal
I've
one.
seen before. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's normal.
No All-Stars.
I mean, Marshall's been really good in this tournament,
Yeah.
but it's like 10 innings, so
Yeah.
hard
Well,
to say.
all right. Yeah. Let's get back to looking at cards. We'll get to Marshall
Yeah,
in a little bit. All right. Let's get back to looking at cards. But yeah,
that's so weird.
I've never
It's
seen
really
that before.
strange.
All right, Jeff Suppan. Here we go.
I wonder if it was something with the new beta that did that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, because the beta's I thought the beta's just a front end. It's not a back end.
Well, it could be both. I mean, it depends how like that. They may have changed stuff on the back end too. We just don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
actually,
right.
no. There is a way to know because some of the reports have a server version on them.
Oh, that's true. All right. Well, let's go on. So, Jeff Suppan. So 60 overall. So I think we're looking at him, if we play him, basically as a bronze floor cap kind of card rather than an overall bronze card
Yeah.
for
we
most of
agree.
the 60s.
Um,
So, certainly you can spend 1 point and there are a lot of options. For 1 point you get Eldred, you get Pat Malone, you get
Hasegawa.
Murkowski, you get Hasegawa as a reliever, Zamora as a reliever.
Yeah.
I think even at 60 though, so like I've got Sid Fernandez pretty far ahead of this. That it's not a bad card, right? You've got some home run prevention, you've got some control, you've got some pitcher BABIP. It's not kind of outstanding for any of these in bronze, but
yeah. I mean, I have Fernandez first among the various 60 overall starters by a good deal, and then a bunch of cards kind of similar with Suppan, Orval overall.
I've got overall
George
probably
Murray.
ahead of this. I think I like Kuzawa a little bit more,
Yeah,
maybe.
I have all those about the same.
If you're willing to run him as a starter, there's actually a nice live card in there also. There's this JP Sears.
Yep.
Uh,
I like that card as well.
So, yeah, I don't think you're ever going to end up running Suppan, is the answer.
I don't think so, especially when there are
Yeah, because if you have 5 or 6
Bunch of-
options, you just never hit him, even though the bronze floor cap's tight, and you're never drafting him because then you have a lot of other options.
right, and there's so many actually these good 61s that you can pay 3-4
Yeah, I
points
think
and
that's
upgrade your
right.
bullpen substantially.
Okay, how about how about Polanco? Placido Polanco. Sorry, not that version, the bronze version. Okay, so we have no power, no eye, so we really don't like the bat. Yeah, I guess there's not a lot here, right?
The thing is, so I think this card actually might see play. Not for the bat. The bat's obviously bad, but there actually isn't really another 60 that plays all 3 infield positions.
In like a bronze floor cap. I see, in a bronze
Yeah.
floor cap because I still think you go ahead.
There's Jack Marshall, but Jack Marshall doesn't play third, and he's not really a good hitter either. So maybe there's a world I mean, George Davis as a 60 is obviously hugely better as a shortstop.
The problem is, so let's say I start at 61, because often you'll find the 1 point.
Yeah, 61.
I don't have Polanco as a top 15 second baseman or shortstop or third baseman.
No, I don't think the card is any good. It's just there aren't really other cards that have the defense and all three positions at 60. Like there isn't another one.
How about Josh Smith? Actually, so
That doesn't
I think
really have the defense play short, right?
let me see what he's got. No, but he has enough of a bat. I still think you'd rather do that.
At short, that seems.
It is,
I don't know.
that's
At second
difficult.
and third, maybe it's short. But yeah, the 1 point for Dal Maxville is a good argument. There's also Elwood DeMoss if you go up one.
How about Jared Triolo? You get 71 range. The reason he's getting these low ratings is basically the lack of turn double play.
Yeah, but you get no second base here.
He doesn't play second.
Like there's this very tiny niche in roster building that Polanco fills.
But you're just never gonna do that because you're going so far down. I mean,
Yeah,
you'd rather just play Marshall and like punt shortstop even.
Yeah, I don't think I will ever do it, but it is a card that does one very, very specific, minor, unique thing.
I still feel like there's got to be another. Does Schumacher play third?
Schumacher play third.
Schumacher.
I don't. This Schumacher is
He's qualified. You know what? This card's qualified to learn
but this
third.
is a 61. This is a
Oh,
61.
all
Now we're in Dal
right,
Maxville
all
range.
right. That's true. Then you just play Dal Maxville.
Okay, to be clear, I think it's still an F because I don't think I will actually ever play it. But there is a thing that it does that other cards don't do.
All right, here you go, Josh Rojas.
It's short. This is the Josh Smith again.
Okay, so no, hold on, but Polanco. Oh no, that's right. This Polanco, right? The gold Polanco is the one that doesn't have the range. This does at least
Right.
have 74 range.
Yeah.
I still think you run the lower range though.
I do not think I will ever do this because I just have a hard time imagining a format where I don't find 1 point. But if we get some format, Bronze Thorn is a cap number of 3, he might sneak in.
Cap number? No, you still play Maxville.
Probably you do. It's still an F, but
You just play Maxville.
it does do something. It
All
does
right,
something
all right, all
other
right.
cards don't do.
All right, fine. You win this one.
I mean, it's a very narrow thing, but it does that thing.
All right. How about Rico Bronya? Oh, this is taking a while to reload.
I'm realizing I did not close the giveaway form, so I'm going to do that.
Let's close the giveaway form
now.
All right.
So that's it. We got 10 responses this time around.
Okay.
Oh no, I would argue against F minus, Mr. Black, for Polanco. He's at least an F.
I think no, he at least has a glove, so
Yeah, he's also
he
at
has a
most
glove.
an F. But
No, I think F's fair. All right. Bronya. Yeah, there's no bat, right? I mean, it's a first base or DH, so you got to have a bat.
yeah,
And you don't.
It's another bronze floor cap, if anything, but it's just not good enough for that, so it's an F. Yeah.
So of 60 overalls, I've got him third right now behind Babe Herman and Josh Lester, I think.
Yep, I got pretty much the same. I also have some other. I'm willing to play some other better hitters who have no position at first there. As well.
Yeah, that's probably fair because you just play somebody tall and just put a bat there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Does Sal Bando play first?
I don't think he does, but it wants to play him there anyway.
I was trying to remember if he.
Salbando is a substantially better hitter. We had versions of Salbando in the past that have played first.
That's what I was trying to remember.
Does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Brony's probably not playable. How about Nelson Figueroa?
Yeah. So
you have pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, the problem is that now we're out of the 60 only, and now suddenly we have to start contending with Hasegawa and Eldred and Zamora and
right.
All
so
those guys.
I do have him as, let's see, the sixth best 61 overall starter. But the problem that's still not really gonna fit. Like even in a low bronze, now you're up to several more because you've got the McNallys and cards like that.
Yeah, we have Sean Marshall in low bronze. We also don't have a low bronze.
That's true. We also don't have a low bronze at the moment.
Yeah,
because like Pat Malone, Cal Eldred are gonna be clearly ahead. Sid Fernandez.
Yeah, I think there's just kind of a lot. But
probably Krakauskas.
Even the top irons, if we're thinking about a low bronze like a Charlie Lee, are going to go than this.
But then the other thing is there's only 49 stamina, so I think you have to run him out of the pen, and then you're also behind like Hasegawa and those.
Yep. Yeah. There's just it's not a bad 61. There's just too many other good 61s. Is the problem for this card, I think.
Yeah, I think he's probably like 7th or 8th among bullpen options there, and then you're never doing it.
Yeah, it just seems like 61 is kind of a place where we have a lot of good pitchers.
Okay.
If this were a 60, it would see play. But it's
all
not.
Right, how about Jermaine Dye? So this is a card that even before looking at, I'm going to expect to be, really light on eye, just remembering the card, and therefore going to be tough to play. But
he's only one letter off from being Jermaine I, so.
Yeah, it's true, but, that letter's a big difference.
Yeah, it really is.
This is just, this is the kind of bat, which is funny because it's the kind of bat that, almost made you an all-star in that era, right? I mean, I think he was a couple times.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was.
But just isn't actually a good bat.
No, and the defense really is not that great. So
no, because if you're going to run a card with this low defense, I mean, realize that for 61 and sort of a DH level defense, I mean, you've got Gorman Thomas as 61, and you've got this enormous bat.
I mean, there's also Jimmy Wynn, who has better defense and a better bat.
And an enormous eye, and can play center actually.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I think this is just kind of
not going to play.
Not going to play. Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to Jesse Litch. There are actually some playable cards in this set, I promise. We just
haven't quite gotten.
We haven't hit the good ones yet. So again, I kind of like that more of these historical cards are having more pitcher BABIP and trying to kind of get them to be more playable. I think this one's going to run into sort of the same problems as before. Just that there's too much out there in even the bronze meta right now.
Yep. This is another card where if it were 60, it would probably see some play on bronze floor caps. But there's too many 61s above it. There aren't even really a lot of 62s above it, but there's too many 61s. So
yeah, I think as a day one release, this card would have been in bronze rotations for sure.
Probably. I mean, the stamina's a little low, but
it's not
probably can make it work.
It's a card that has a decent shape. It's just I think there's not enough there to get it into the meta.
Yeah, I agree with that. All
right. How about Doug Glanville? We're trying to do our speed round thing. We're not doing so well at it, but So he's got funny splits here. If that eye split the other way, I think I'd be more interested in him as a platoon option.
Yeah, I mean, to me this looks a little bit like Field and Cardin Gillenwater if you took away all the defense.
Yeah, so you're getting 80 range, which doesn't sound bad for a bat first player. But yeah, as you point out, Gillen Waters got 95 range and 101 arm. The outfield air is the one we're happy to punt on.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't really mean much.
Um,
So yeah, I don't think I don't. I mean,
looking at
tend
his
to like
report
these.
card, he fears for my students. But you see, the thing about my students is they get on base.
Uh-huh. So then, yeah, then they'll be all right.
Um, yeah, so I think Glanville then just ends up pretty far behind that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been tending to play all these kind of let's say big defense guys.
Yeah, I'm
Bronze.
running Fielder Jones in this right now. So I'm running Fielder Jones and then Gorman Thomas.
Yeah, I was running Jones Gillenwater, I think.
Oh, and look at this, Sean Marshall, another inning.
Clean inning.
Clean inning. Real simple. Three fly balls, no problem. Defense doing the job behind him.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how things progress, I guess.
Absolutely. Although he's tired, so he needs a day off for.
Yeah, the low stamina. We'll get to him, but the low stamina is also a bit of a problem.
Oh, we got a game 5 here too, so we're about to.
All right. Oh, the problem is that Marshall is too tired to pitch, so you're definitely going to lose.
We're in
them.
trouble, and we're against a Tim Wakefield who hasn't pitched yet. I don't know. Do you want to be up against a knuckleballer game 5 or not?
I don't know. Definitely a change of pace.
And we've got our control and BABIP guy and Greg Harris, who we'll get to.
Yeah.
Are you still in this, or did you?
No, my Sean Marshall did not pitch enough. He only managed to get to 2 games, so clearly that was the issue.
Not enough Sean Marshall.
Not enough Sean Marshall. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, Glanville probably just isn't going to work.
No, I don't think Glanville quite makes sense.
All right, Chris Duncan. I think this one's a lot more interesting.
Yeah, this is a really interesting card.
So, Chris Duncan. Actually, I should have run him in this maybe. I never really thought about it because I didn't have a spot. Okay, so really, really good versus righties. Not good versus lefties at all.
Yeah. So I think this is a really
and I guess I'm just looking at the defense. I don't think you ever want to play him in the outfield. So he's a first baseman or DH.
Yeah. So I think the problem with Chris Duncan, this is a card that's really interesting and
we survive our game 5, by the way.
Yep.
I know, spoilers.
Even
I should
without
actually
Marshall.
look at the result, but I already know the result because, well,
as long as the thing still is there, yeah.
Exactly.
So I think Chris Duncan is a card that suffers from there not being a low bronze. I have this as the best bat in low bronze by a really, really large amount. The best versus right bat, that is obviously versus left. You're not playing this. But in full bronze, all of a sudden now we have Lou Gehrig and Lance Berkman and both Joey Gallows. There's just too much. And those cards are splitty, but they're not this splitty. So I don't think he'll ever make a bronze build. He would absolutely make a low bronze if the tournament existed for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. So I have him as the 3rd best versus right bat in bronze.
I do as well.
Behind Gehrig and the McGriff we'll talk about. And
same.
Just
same
ahead
thing.
of Berkman.
Yep.
But he is the only one eligible for left. So I guess the question is the bat good enough that you're willing to run this card as a left fielder?
I don't think so. I think I'd rather play Dink, certainly, and I think I'd even rather play the live Joey Gallo or Brad Wilkerson or Jimmy Wynn.
Yeah, I agree with all those. So I've got him See, I've got him ninth as a left fielder just because of how bad the defense is, even versus right.
Yeah, no, I don't think this is a left fielder. I don't think you can
So I
play
guess
this in
he's
left
got to
field.
be a DH. Okay, now here's
Yeah.
another question though. In a bronze floor cap, where you actually have a lot of right-handed pitchers just kind of at the top of the
Yeah,
meta, do you want to play this card?
maybe. I mean, it is definitely the best bat you're going to get at that point.
Yeah,
But
because
it's
now he's a lot cheaper than
probably
he's 3 points cheaper than Gehrig. He's 5 cheaper than McGriff.
you got Rob Deere, I guess, but that's the other way.
Rob Deere's the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you
Um,
platooning Rob Deere
you,
and Chris
you
Duncan for
could just
64,
run Gorman Thomas both ways, and you're taking a bit of a hit versus righties, but it's pretty close.
yeah. I mean, I think in a bronze four cap, this is an option. I don't think it's like a critical card, but it's definitely an option. If you have a few extra points, it can be a pinch hitter versus righties. Can back up some positions in case you get into really big fatigue issues.
There's another card actually. This Bubba Trammell next. We should talk about in the same way. Um,
Um, yeah, I think that one's just worse, but yeah, we can talk about that one too.
yeah. So I think there is a niche for this card.
They're definitely well, low bronze certainly. I mean, if we had low bronze, this is the first baseman of DH, like
Yeah.
absolutely.
If there was a low bronze, tournament, I still don't think this would be better than about a B because it has to be platooned, and there's no positional flexibility.
Right,
Being listed at left and right doesn't help you here.
right.
Um, but I think this would be a pretty playable card. As is, I still feel like this is probably at least a C. Like there is a reason for this card to exist. You will play him in caps, and I think I might draft this card.
Yeah, drafting is actually pretty interesting because so I guess first base is often a position where you can find a lot of decent bronzes and silvers. There are just
You
so
can,
many.
but it's a 3 position backup that's also your first pinch hitter off the bench,
Yeah, no, that's true.
and often you don't actually encourage people to run specialists or go matchup out of the bullpen because there's such a big drop off from.
Right.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no, I
I
think
think you
C. I
draft
think
him.
C is probably a fair. I think C is probably a fair grade for this card.
All right.
It's certainly a really interesting card that is the kind of card that's fun to think about. So I'm glad he's there, even if I might not end up
Yeah.
playing him a lot.
All right. So this Bubba Trammell, I think, is the other one. So this is a card where it's a similar idea, but it's a two-way bat. Again, he's really not an outfielder. I know it says 61 in left field, but
Yeah,
so much of that's coming from outfield error.
right. Which is a rating that doesn't really do anything.
You really can't
Um,
play him in left.
yeah. So I think this card is actually just kind of worse than Chris Duncan. Um, the, if I'm playing a card like Chris Duncan in a bronze floor cap, um, it's generally not going to be as a two-way player. Like I want him to do one specific thing, which is going to be to hit lefties and like back up first base or something, and not to play first base or DH both ways. And so I think actually Trammell's lack of splits hurts him a little bit here. Um,
So I think there's one other use case that I don't think works, but is worth considering. I've seen a bunch of people run Gorman Thomas still in center and take the defense hit in bronze. So
yeah, I
let's
don't agree with
say
that, but you could do it.
I don't think I agree with that either, but let's say that you want to run Gorman Thomas in center.
Sure.
At that point, you're running Lou probably at first. You're running Gallo probably in left, or heck, third base.
Well, or the live Gallo and right, maybe even.
Yeah, okay, I could see that. So at that point, do you think about DHing this card over Chipper? Or you're happy to punt third base defense in a lot of your builds, so you might run Chipper at third.
I'm playing Chipper at third in every bronze build, yeah.
So is this now your DH?
I don't think so. I think I would rather play a card like Cullenbine, for example.
Cullenbine or do
Or
something
even
or do something splitty, like put a platoon in there.
even a Jimmy Ryan. I think I'd rather play than this. Um, yeah, I think it's kind of a card that has some good stuff going for it, and it's just a bit behind where would need to be at this point to play. Again, if there were a low bronze, maybe if there were a low bronze, this gets in someplace.
I feel like I can't quite make it work, but there's enough there that I kind of feel like there are builds that can work with it. I just haven't found one.
Maybe I think it's at most a D.
Yeah, I think it's a D instead of an F, because I think I can't quite come up with it, but I feel like there probably is a use case for the card.
Yeah, I mean, there's also this Rob Deer still at 62, who's probably a little worse hitter, but you get more real outfield defense.
I was curious how we did. Oh, it was even a comeback too. So it was a comeback without Sean Marshall in the bullpen.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. He wouldn't have given up all those runs.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's check in on the draft.
Oh yeah.
And while we do, what do we got next? We've got Marco Scutaro, who... Okay, well, I just actually switched to look at the draft, so... We'll take a quick look at the draft, and then we'll check back.
Yeah, we can probably scoot right on by Scutaro.
I should at least pull the card up, though.
Yeah.
I don't have him in any of my models, but we should at least look at the card.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, how are we doing? Well, first off, I'm just checking.
Catching?
What did Heavy do? Heavy...
Oh, right. We need to check Mr. Audit's red crest in right field.
All right. So first off, we're up 2-0. That's the good news.
Who caught? That's really the question.
Who are our catchers?
It put Heavy in. It put Heavy in a catcher. Oh, we're gonna lose the tournament then.
Then we're gonna. All right. So how do we?
We're done.
How do we tell it not to put Heavy at catcher?
Oh, can we set him as a pitcher?
That's a good question.
Okay, I mean, so back in PT 20. Oh yes, we probably can use ratings there. Yeah. Set him as a pitcher. That might work.
No, I cannot set him as a pitcher.
So back in PT 20.
But what I'm curious about, see, we said force use at position DH.
Yeah, it just ignores it. Doesn't care.
Okay. What if I just bench him for like 10 days? That should work, right?
Well, he's our best hitter though.
Yeah, but I think keeping in the spirit of this, I think we do not want to run him at catcher, right?
I guess.
And who are they running at catcher? They are running... Jackie's a good catcher, actually.
Yeah.
Jackie's actually a pretty good catcher.
Oh, this is a good idea. Make him a two-way. Oh, I like that. Can we do that?
Oh, okay. Let me check. I'm just curious. Are they running Jackie? They've run Jackie at catcher twice.
It's bronze Jackie. Okay.
No passed balls, by the way.
Look at Tom Hankey go. 1 run in 4 innings.
That's our ace right there.
That's our ace.
So Heavy. Okay, so Heavy rested. So that's good. Okay, so first off, let's see how we did. We lost game 3 without Heavy at catcher. It was
Who caught in his stead?
Bo. No, Bo caught for them. Tovar caught for us.
Oh, that's not good.
We really didn't want Tovar catching.
No.
Dave McNally got lit up.
Oh, yeah, Tovar had a pass ball. We got to get him out of there.
Oh, and Dave McNally got hit. How was Dave McNally batting?
No, that's it. That's as a pitcher.
Oh, he hit.
He hit someone, yeah.
Kevin Kelly hit 2.
I wonder if there's 2 wild pitches. Okay, we need to check Red Crest's. Wait, hold on. I think Tovar threw out Ellie De La Cruz though.
Tovar threw out Ellie. There you go. Benches? Did the benches clear? All right, I got to check the game log because that does happen.
Chris has positive ZR. Amazing.
Where did the benches clear? Or was this just hit by pitch? No, he hit Ellie, and then Ellie stole. Which is really what you should do when someone hits you, right?
Yeah. Especially when there's not a catcher.
But all right, but Tovar and he's got an arm, right?
He doesn't. Yeah. Well,
I mean, no catcher arm, but 92 infield arm. So he's got an arm.
I don't know. I don't know if that translates. I'm not sure how that works.
So
it doesn't.
So you do not run on Ezequiel Tovar.
Yeah. Apparently not.
All right. So let's see if we can actually get this right. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to take heavy.
Probably the way to do it is to force start everyone who we have in our lineup at the positions they're playing. Oh, we can't two-way
No,
him.
because I force started heavy at DH already.
No. But the problem with heavy is that he was the only catcher. So if you force start Tovar at short, I bet it'll keep him there.
Okay, so force start Tovar at short. Right?
Yeah.
Force start.
Force start Herman Long too. Force start them both. Yeah. Let's do that because they're platooning. Just force start everybody.
Okay. You know, for science and all that, right?
Yeah.
No, Makoviak we need as a multi-position option, right?
Hold on. Can we do that too? Can we hold on. We can go to forced lineup spot. That had a bench option.
Where?
Forced lineup spot. I wonder if that would work.
The problem is it just seems to have decided that like a catcher is needed somehow.
Yeah, basically. Well, we can take his bench off now, but since he's fresh again, but
yeah, but I don't want him catching.
No. We just have to figure out a way to get him to not catch. Huh. Oh, we could daily lineup it. That's actually maybe the way to do it.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a plan. All right. Let's totally do this. All right. So hold on. So what I want, global strategy, not use opener lineups.
No, I think
just go to daily lineups, lineup choice, use daily lineups. So we got a righty coming, right?
No, the problem is we need I don't know what's going to do because we can't put anyone there.
But that's fine. But you see, we've put heavy in the daily lineup at DH, right?
And you think it won't move him? It might move him. That's all. Can we put one of our pitchers there? No.
What if I put? Hold on.
We can.
I didn't want Rosen. Who was our third baseman again? It was.
Well, try that. What was it? The live iron pitcher, the 49 thing.
What if I just tell it Makoviak should go in the lineup? What would it do? Okay,
I don't know.
What if I do this? Let's see if that makes Makoviak catch because he can't do anything else. Is that going to work?
Okay, let's see. That might work. I guess we can go on to some cards while we're over. Oh, we can't open the card up in the draft.
We're going to come back and we're going to check in 3.5 minutes whether that worked. Okay. Oh, I did hit submit, right?
I think it should auto submit.
Let me double check. Sorry, we are very much trying to run this catcherless. This is at least the best attempt we've come up with. Okay, did submit.
All right.
Okay, allow use of depth chart. No starting subs allowed.
Stick
to daily lineups. So we've done everything we can to tell the manager this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is this is like the scene in Moneyball where you go trade away every single player at the position and he insists on doing it anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
We've traded away all the catchers and he's still putting heavy there.
Okay, at the last resort, we could remove heavy from the roster.
Yes.
But
that would be a bit heavy-handed.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we tried benching him the last day, but we're trying to
No,
figure out how to actually do this.
if you were really playing this tournament with Heavy, what you would have to do is go every day and force bench him for one day when he got tired.
Yes.
But we're not actually trying to really play.
No, we're trying to see if we can make it work.
Yeah.
But I just want to point out that definitely, like for Ezequiel Tovar, absolutely the highlight of that tournament is going to be throwing out Ellie De La Cruz.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of speed to throw out too.
Yeah. Very much so.
All right. What do we got? Speaking of speed, let's do a little speed round on these. We never seem to quite make it work. Marco Scutaro. He's got eye. I like my cards with eye.
He has eye, but he is unfortunately a one-position card that is worse than George Davis and lots of other shortstops also.
Well, Davis is splitty, so you can play him both sides.
Nope.
But I do think he's worse than. The problem is the glove's not great, so that means he's also going to be behind cards like Jody Reed. I think I have Jelly Jackson ahead of him as well, and then I'm still going to run like Herman Long, Woody Held, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I would just play Greg Gagne probably in some kind of low bronze thing.
Yeah, well. I'm not playing a card with 37i, but
he has 105 infield range, whatever it is.
So play Cliff Pennington.
That's a lot less. That's like Dave Bancroft to Alex Rodriguez.
That's true. You have a point. Okay, but yeah, I think you're right. This is just too far behind the meta.
Either way, Scooter doesn't go anywhere. Yeah,
it's just too far behind the meta. All right, how about Adrian Beltre?
Especially because the meta consists of a bunch of launch cards. So
that's true. All right, so this Beltre.
Well, you know what I think about third base defense.
Yes. And you know what I think about third base bats that are behind Dave Kingman and with defense that are behind Dave Kingman.
Well, at least it's a third baseman we agree on.
Yeah. I think basically it's far enough behind Kingman that there's not much to look at.
Yeah, it doesn't really show up anywhere.
All right. How about Melvin Nieves? So big splits. Well, I think the big problem with this card is that you're looking at him as a DH, but if he's a splitty DH, he's just way behind a card like Duncan.
Yep, or any of the other bronze first basemen. Even now that the live Joey Gallo is eligible for low bronze, that would also be a much better card at DH.
Yeah, this is a really bad. This is actually a really bad card.
It is. I believe this was correct. The only card of the set which was not actually a teammate of McGriff or Rowland, like on the team on the card.
Was it? Oh, was he traded for one of them?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, there were a few on the traded for sets as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this really shouldn't be a low bronze because the bat's just not there.
No.
I guess because of the splits, it's probably not quite an F minus, but it's really a bad card.
I think it is barely not an F minus.
The one redeeming quality is he has no avoid Ks, so I would at least give him credit for that. But
yeah. But it's not a card that you're going to want to play anywhere.
All right, how about Sean Marshall? This is going to be a good discussion.
This is the main event right here.
Absolutely. So
if you listen to one part of the stream, this is it.
This is an interesting card. You want to go first, or should I go first?
I don't know. I guess I can. I mean, we can just start describing the card. So, I think this is like the king of the mouse over the card, and it looks amazing.
Yes.
So there are basically two things wrong with this card. It is 35 P BABIP and 10 stamina. The rest of the card
I was
is
going to say. Well, I thought you were going to say the pitcher BABIP versus left and the pitcher BABIP versus right.
Okay. Yeah. That also. But everything else about the card is amazing. The stuff is good. The home run is good. The control is good for bronze. Really, really, everything else is very strong. Um, so what this comes down to, I think, is can you support him with enough defense to make the pitcher rabbit not just give up 5 hits an inning?
Yeah, so I have him. Okay, I actually can't believe I'm coming up with this number, but I think this is right. I have him as about 1.2 runs of FIP better than any bronze reliever.
I mean, I'm not calculating FIP, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Now, the problem is that the way the OOTP model works, FIP isn't actually going to translate to ERA because the pitcher BABIP thing.
Right.
In OOTP 23, this is probably a low diamond.
Yeah, something like that. This would be a really, really good card. Yeah. So I think kind of where I come down on Marshall is I think if Marshall has enough defense behind him, he can be good. The problem is that enough defense behind him is like defense at every position, and then you have given up too much offense to make your team work. And as a result, I don't think he's quite there. It's close. He's not that far away. But I just don't think quite makes it.
Yeah, so I think one thing that would really help is usage. If you can give this guy a clean inning, I think he'll be okay. This is not someone you want to come in as, say, your matchup lefty with a couple runners on and one out.
Yeah, definitely not.
So there's going to be some bullpen usage here. The stamina is a little bit tricky as well.
Well, the problem, okay, so he comes in, he strikes out 2 guys, he gives up 2 hits. That's a lot of, I mean, that's what, 15, 20 pitches already? Like,
yeah, exactly, Airties. FIP is kind of useless with the current model, but that's my point. In kind of a FIP-heavy model, you know.
Right. This looks like the best card that's ever been released.
Yeah.
The 64.
He has 5 pitches, so if he had a little more stamina, you just start him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his best use is as an opener.
Yeah, I was just thinking. You use him as an opener. He's even better versus lefties if they stack it that way. You know he's going to get a clean inning, and you get him out of there after 3 hitters.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the best way to use him. But even then, right, he gives up a hit or 2 hits, he gets the other people out, and your starter is coming in to face the number 4 batter with runners on base. That seems also not ideal.
I don't think there's a way to force a reliever to start an inning, except that you can often get your closer to do it if it's a ninth-only closer. Not every time, but it's pretty common.
Right. Yeah. The way to force a reliever to start an inning is have them start the game, because that's always the start of an inning.
Yeah. Having said that, you know, the model I've got still says that this is the 4th best bronze reliever and should be in your bronze builds.
So I don't have him that high. I have him kind of somewhere on, let's say, the fringe part of the bullpen. So, you know, it's a card that I definitely will try to make work, because I don't think it's that far away. I don't know that I'll be able to do it, though.
Yeah, I mean, this card is like somewhere between about a B and an F.
Well, it's not. I don't know that it's somewhere between them. It is one of the two.
It is one of the two. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not in the middle. If you can make this card work, it's like amazing, and if you can't make it work, it just doesn't go anywhere.
I think I tend to lean toward thinking it's going to be a B. I mean, at the very least, if this card turns out to be an F, then, you know, I don't think there's any point to even looking at cards without, you know, 70-plus points at pitcher BABIP the rest of the year.
If this card doesn't work, no card with the shape will work. Basically.
Yeah. We made it through in the draft. Okay, let's see. I'm just curious. Did Heavy play Game 4, or did we successfully get him out?
Let's see.
Um, yeah, so I tend to think this will be on the better side. You know, I sort of trust my model, which is saying that, if you prevent home runs, then really, as much as I think a walk is as good as a hit, that also means that you can kind of trade off between control and pitcher BABIP a little bit.
Yeah, you definitely can, but I mean, it's not like his control is so high. It's just kind of normal high.
We still played heavy at catcher.
Man, we tried everything. It didn't even play. It just did something totally different than what we asked it to do.
Yeah, we definitely gave it a daily lineup, right?
We did, and it just said no.
Huh. All right. Well, we definitely tried.
We tried very hard.
So if we win the tournament, I think we are not eligible for the bonus.
No,
But
no.
next round we are getting, by the way, the Beantown Shrimp Bros,
Okay,
who are also catcherless.
nice.
So what have they been running at catcher? Oh, look at this. And they beat a team with Ernie Witt, Gregory Polanco at catcher.
Let's look at his fielding stats.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Okay, not great at framing, but
Yeah, that's all right. He didn't throw anyone out, and he's not as good as Ezekiel Tovar.
No. Tovar is the GOAT here.
Yeah,
Johnny Damon,
that seems like a.
Wait a sec. Hold on. Johnny Damon threw somebody out somehow.
Okay, well, clearly the engine is broken.
Wait.
Johnny
Okay.
Damon's
Actually,
not
hold on.
good.
Runners thrown out 10%. So they were trying to run on Johnny Damon every moment they could, and he threw out 1 out of 10.
I would also try to run on Johnny Damon every moment I could. Oh yeah, he's left-handed too. That's a very good point.
Actually, he's a left-handed catcher. That's great. They ran.
Johnny Damon really was a contender for the weakest outfield arm.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I loved the guy as a fan, but he was not a big arm guy.
No.
And who'd they catch? Wait, Dave Kingman stole on him. Okay, Jamar Johnson.
Is that Josh Donaldson stealing 4 bases, or is that John Donaldson?
John Donaldson stole 4 bases.
Okay, that's more reasonable than Josh Donaldson.
4 bases is still solid, though.
Yeah. Who'd he throw out?
Oh, he threw out 2 guys. He threw out Lou Gehrig and Colson Montgomery.
Huh? What happened here? Are the stats just wrong?
Maybe one was picked off.
Oh, maybe.
That Lou doesn't have a ton of speed.
No, it does not. I don't think the Montgomery has a whole lot either.
All right. Well, anyway, we will check back later in round 2, but let's move on. Oh yeah, so Sean Marshall.
So I think maybe we give Marshall a PB.
I'm gonna lean toward the B. I'm gonna lean toward the B.
I think actually it is a decent card. I think
maybe give him like a B question mark.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm gonna lean toward a B.
I will say it is my favorite card of the set.
Definitely, yeah. This is my favorite card of the set. I think I've mentioned this before. My favorite cards usually are not like the S+++ cards. I mean, they're fine, but you just stick them in the lineup and never think about them again.
Yeah. One of my favorite cards of the cycle was this Bronze Darwinzon Hernandez, which is a terrible card. Really, really bad card. But it is the card I used at the beginning of the game, like the beginning of the cycle, to try to test out how the new pitcher BABIP stuff worked.
Yeah.
Because it has an extreme profile, like a really extreme profile.
Yeah.
And it was quite a fun card. I did, sort of wondered, like, okay, if we let this Darwinzon Hernandez face Dave Kingman 500 times, what would happen? Because they, like.
By the way, Sean Marshall, another game, another scoreless inning, 2 Ks and a flyout, and picks up the win. Nice, efficient 12 pitches.
Yeah, looking good.
I'm telling you, absolutely the GOAT.
No, but I mean, I think that sort of we'll see how he plays, but I think kind of the takeaway from Marshall, just from a modeling point of view, is that basically if you do not have BABIP, you need to be extremely overstated in every other place.
Right, and this card still might not be overstated enough.
Right, yeah, it might not be enough.
On the other hand, what we might discover is PBABIP, is there like a so bad it's good kind of thing going?
Maybe. Like the hitters just feel sorry for him. Because
new theory, it actually says 137, it's just a display bug.
Okay, like it's some kind of underflow thing. And
yeah.
Okay, that could be. We've seen wilder bugs.
Well, I just want to point out that he has the best BABIP against on my team.
Yeah. better than Ray King and Mike DeLuise of 110.
Like I said, and we definitely believe in our small sample statistics.
Absolutely.
So
those 5 innings will clearly tell us everything we need to know.
Yes. Absolutely. All right, what do we got next here? We're a little behind the schedule we were aiming for, I think.
Just a little bit.
Jim Clancy. All right, we're going to have to speed up a little bit. Jim Clancy, this card has everything but the PBABIP.
Yeah.
But PBABIP matters, and so this just doesn't work, right?
Yep, basically. That's it.
All right.
No good.
Good. We're going quick. Scott Rowland. We got our bronze Rowland. This one really sort of has no bat.
It has no bat. I don't care about its defense. I don't want to play it.
Okay, so I do care about third base defense. I know this is one that we've gone back and forth on. The problem is the defense isn't that much better than, say, Kingman, and the bat is just so much worse that, it's not going to play.
I still want Chipper Jones, but sure.
Oh, you got to play Kingman. Chipper's a DH.
He does a really good job. He stands there. They don't hit the ball to him. And then he gets to hit.
All right. Kent Mercker. So this card just feels understated. You do have the pitcher BABIP, but this looks a lot like there's a live bronze that looks almost identical. Is it Domingo Germán? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
I think is a little more control, but yeah, reasonably similar. I mean, I think this is sort of just Pat Malone, but everything got worse for some reason.
Sorry, yeah, Germán has a little more pitcher BABIP. It's the opposite. Yeah, I think there's another one that has this shape. But yeah, you're right. This is just Pat Malone, but understated.
Yeah, basically.
And okay, so that one just doesn't work because also it's now a full bronze.
Yep.
All right, we're doing better at the speed round. Rocco. No I in Rocco. There's a lot of D in Rocco, but no I.
Yeah. So I like this card better than you do, I'm sure.
You like every card with no I better than I do.
Yeah, pretty much. If I'm not going to play one of the super defense cards, the Gillen Waters and Fielder Jones and Billy Hamiltons, I think this might be the one I'm playing versus lefties. But I'm going to play the super defense card, so I'm not going to play this.
Jimmy Wynn?
Jimmy Wynn's also an option. Yeah. Probably one of those two would be my choice.
How about Don Locke? Are you willing to?
I think Jimmy Ryan is a better bat than Don Locke, so I would just play Ryan if I was going to do that.
Dink plays center.
Dink does play center, and that one also is not terrible, but still probably I think Jimmy Ryan is better also than Dink.
You could also play Fogarty if you want to go even more defense.
Well, forward, I'm saying like if we
Yeah.
decide we want to have, we want any kind of hitting in center field, then maybe. But I don't think I do.
No,
I think
I just don't think there's enough with Rocco anyway.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to do that, you just run Gorman Thomas anyway or something.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Thomas or Ryan, yeah.
All right, Timlin. So I think this is actually also a pretty easy one, but for the opposite reason.
Yeah,
You got 114 pitcher BABIP, you got 100 control. He gives up some homers to righties, but actually that's the side you'd rather give up the homers to. One of my favorite things here is this movement rating.
yes. The movement rating is great. There's an early cycle card that looks kind of similar in that this Chuck Churn, which is just a really funny looking profile.
Yeah.
It's not a very good card, but it looks really strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, Timlin's just really good. I think Timlin plays in a lot of stuff. He gets really, really good in early eras when there are no home runs. I mean, he's just basically a diamond in those, or perfect even.
I got a stupid question. Stupid question here. Does technically have 4 pitches. He has 24 stamina. Oh, he even has 67 hold runners as a righty.
Yeah.
Can I start this guy in the Tourney Lab in 1908?
Maybe. He won't be able to start every game though, I don't think.
What
Which is
can I
usually
can
what
I
I've been
can I
doing.
start him every game if I'm running 18 batters faced?
That's what I've been doing. So I've been in that tournament. I've been playing Robin Roberts as a single starter, 18 batters faced, and then 2 long relievers. Basically, is my pitching staff.
I've been trying to do that, and I find every like 6th or 7th game I've got to go to a backup.
Yep. But if you get one off day, then it's all right.
But do you alternate this guy with Roberts now because for 6 points you just do it?
You could. I mean, I think this is a card that I will put on the roster in that tournament, but I think I'll put him on the roster as a stopper probably, or a long reliever, and not as a starter.
His bat's also worse.
That's fine. He's not going to hit it much anyway. I don't really care.
No, anyway, so I have him, even in Modern, though, I have this as, like, very clearly the best reliever in Bronze.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
the card that I'm going to probably play, I play him in low silver, I might play him in silver, I'll play him in every cap I can think of.
yeah, I think I will play him in full silver as well. Yeah, it's really very strong reliever.
Yeah, so I think
Better
this
than
is...
Hasagawa.
Yes.
I think it is better. I mean, you say 5 points to Hasagawa, so Hasagawa might fit in more stuff, but
But I've got
No, I
him
think
as
he's
like a
better
third
pitcher.
of a run better than Hasagawa.
no, I do too. But
like
5
it's
points
actually a huge margin.
5 points is sometimes hard to find.
I think I'm going to run both.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how tight the cap.
Like even bronze floor cap, because this Timlin's good enough that I might be just willing to make him my primary reliever. So I run like Timlin, Eldred, Hasagawa as my real bullpen.
Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah, I mean, it is probably someone where you want to try to get him to come in with no runners on base again. But
No, I think you can get away with runners on base because the nice thing about not a lot of stuff but a huge pitcher BABIP, ground ball pitcher, you're going to get a ton of double play balls.
yeah, it'll also get a ton of 3-run homers.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
But I mean, either way, it's just. I mean, it's no matter how you use it, even if you use it.
By the way, Marshall update.
He's doing the thing.
He is doing the thing. Although what may not be doing the thing is I may be out of bullpen for.
Yeah, that looks a little rough.
Yeah, how do we do this for like a win or go home game?
You have no opener who's rested, right? So that's not going to work.
Yeah, Harris gets the start for sure.
You just gotta hope Harris pitches a lot of innings, I think. And
Let's
that's basically it.
let's bench a few people maybe. So yeah, Kenley I don't think wants to play. Ray King's fine. Bench Lily. Oh, I don't know if I want to bench the goat.
No, you can't bench him. He's got a pitch.
I guess I 45%. Yeah. All right.
Probably supposed to bench him. I think
Price.
this is just a hope Greg Harris pitches 8 innings kind of thing.
Yeah. All right.
Actually, it's funny you have all four of the next cards on your roster right now.
I do. So let's talk about them. So Timlin, I think, is clearly an S tier card.
Yeah, very very clear S for Timlin. Yep.
He's almost an S plus. I mean, I don't love doing that for a reliever that is still not gonna.
He's pretty close to stamina too, so you can pitch you can pitch 2 innings.
Yeah.
This, I mean, this is a really really good reliever.
I think we can give him an S plus then.
Yeah, I think we can give him an S plus.
All right. I think this is absolutely a card you want to go get. So everyone,
Yeah.
go get yourself a Mike Timlin. How about Hideo Nomo? Yeah, we also had a gold Nomo. This is the bronze. You got a ton of pitcher BABIP. So, I still have this card behind like the Giolito and Eldred and McNally group, but I have him not so far behind that. So I have him as probably about the number 5 starter in bronze, and as you can see, I am running him here.
Yeah, I have him maybe a tiny bit below that. I have him sort of below some other guys like Charlie Lee if you can play him, which you can't in this particular tournament. Oral Hershiser and Larry Cheney and some other pitchers of that sort. I guess Jim Deshaies, who we'll get to in a bit also.
Yeah.
But I think Nomo's a playable card. I don't think it's it's a card you can run. It's not amazing, but it's a fine starter.
Yeah, it's probably a B or C. Then where do you
Yeah,
want to put it?
I think probably a C.
That's fair. All right, Ray King. Which I suppose is one of the things that batters won't be doing against him.
Yeah, well,
with
he
that
he
pitcher
has,
BABIP.
he has way too few batting ratings for his name. Like, that's a problem.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean,
But he has
this
eyes,
is-
so I like that.
yeah. So this is interesting. We don't have a whole lot of cards with this profile where you have super high home runs, super high BABIP, and low control and stuff.
No, and I think it's a good profile for
is.
Caps, actually.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite a good profile just in general. I do have King a bit worse than Timlin.
I mean, this is almost the Lundgren profile, except better.
Yes, it's the Lundgren profile, but a good deal better. Lundgren, of course, is an iron starter, so he's probably more useful. But
Yeah, and so one thing that I noticed here also is that by running both King and Marshall, that's part of why my bullpen is shot, is they're both really
Right.
low stamina relievers.
yeah, the stamina does hurt here.
But I think the stamina hurts King more than Marshall because Marshall, as sort of a lower stuff guy, is at least going to be efficient with his pitches. Whereas King walks enough players that if you walk hitters,
Right.
you're also throwing pitches.
Yeah, I mean, I think that King is a better pitcher than Marshall, though.
Yeah, so I've got King kind of third behind Timlin and Shigi Hasegawa.
I have Wilbur Wood, so kind of similar to King. But yes, Hasegawa and Tim, I think, are pretty clearly the top two.
Yeah.
All
right,
but
so
I think
this-
this is
yeah.
a card that's going to make, like, if you're running Gary Lavelle, this is just kind of better than Gary Lavelle.
Yeah, I think so. I think he
so-
should make your bullpen. I don't think he's going to be a critical part of it, but I think he should be in your bullpen.
Yeah, he's probably like maybe a B plus.
Sure, yeah. Give him a B for bullpen.
Yeah.
Whoops. All right. How about Greg Harris? Not Gerg. Let's try that again. So
You could
Harris
get
I
it there.
have is really similar to Nomo actually in terms of overall quality, but just behind. And the reason I have him a little behind, I think, is just these splits.
Yeah, I have him a
Um,
little ahead of Nomo. I tend to not be as worried about some splittiness, especially in home runs, which I think is kind of one of the better places to have the splittiness.
that's fair. I do like the
Um,
hold runners. I also have to say that card makes me really wonder about like his arm action. I mean, that almost looks like a shot putter.
yeah, that's true. It's some of these card arts definitely have the players, and someone pointed out on the Discord the other day that Ricky Romero is right-handed, and of course he was not. Um, so definitely some of the card art is, not quite representing the exact player, which I guess is the idea.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I think Harris is kind of probably in the similar range as Noble, where it's like a
Yeah,
decent
probably
starter.
like a solid C. You're happy to have
Yeah,
him. You know, you might run him in some builds. I am running him in this tournament, I think. Um, he's been fine.
yeah,
You know, he's kind of what you'd hope to get for a fifth starter.
yeah. Some home runs, no walks, some strikeouts. Yeah, it looks pretty much what we'd expect.
Okay, good. Bobby Smith. Oh, we have to do a TWIP draft.
Oh, I didn't realize you even had one.
I mean, just because we always get knocked out in the actually, that one that we thought was the best draft we'd ever done did make the third round last time.
Okay, yeah, it was a better one.
So Bobby Smith, three positions, and with that 86 range, I think I am willing to let him play short. Uh,
I would be willing to play short. I don't
if he had a
think
bat.
yeah.
Sorry, if
So
he had a bat, I would be willing to let him play short.
his bat is like, I mean, it's okay. It's not the worst bat ever. Like there's some eye. The BABIP is nice. There's some power. The defense is good at second, in particular. But then he runs up against something like a Jerry Pretty, whose bat is a whole lot better.
Right.
Similar defense. Um, so I don't think it's a terrible card. I think this is a card that's a little bit behind where the meta is now.
Yeah, I don't even have him kind of in the top 10 at any of these positions, though. He's just. So I think there
Yeah.
become a lot of better options. Like you run Dink at a lot of positions, you run Bellhorn at a lot of positions, you run Alisei at several, DeRosa at several, Malarker.
Yeah, I sort of have him in the kind of 5 to 10 range, and at all three. Well, actually not a third, just a second and short.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not the worst card I've ever seen. It has some utility, but it's probably not going to play anywhere.
All right.
So it's a good F, but it's still an F.
I don't think it's that strong of an F, but
Well, I just for the three positions and whatnot.
okay. All right.
This bat is not terrible. Like
The
it doesn't
bronze,
have eye, but there's
the
stuff.
bronze McGriff. Well, I think we sort of looked at this when we were talking about Duncan. It's probably a very slightly better bat than Duncan one way, but it has exactly the same issues and still runs into Lou.
Basically, yeah. Pretty much. And it's now we can't play low bronze anymore, so we're not even interested in that if the tournament ever exists.
Right. Okay. So it just doesn't quite play.
Just doesn't. It's a good hitter. It's just there's too many other better hitters.
Yeah, I think that's right. And and in a cap, it's just not cheap enough.
Right.
Okay. How about Bellhorn? So this is a little more interesting.
Well, also, I guess I'd say for cards like Smith and Duncan also that in bronze, in diamond, those kind of cards will get better than F, but in bronze they get F because everyone can afford every bronze card they want, basically, except for the LEs.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So you have to be the best, otherwise you're not going to play.
All right. How about Bellhorn? So, kind of a funny profile. A lot of power versus lefties, better eye versus righties. Does play all four infield positions. You definitely don't want to play him at short, but kind of the same way Blauser will play a bunch of positions, you'll at least kind of tolerate him at second and third, I guess.
So when I saw this card, the bat looks really nice. I mean, we have a lot of the stuff we want. We have decent eye, good power, decent BABIP. look at part versus lefties. There's a lot to like in the bat here. So yeah, he said not a shortstop. It might be a second baseman. The problem is that on the side you want to play second base versus lefties, there's Jerry Pretty. Okay, so it's not better than Jerry Pretty, so it's not a second baseman. At first base, it's a good first baseman, but I think it's worse than the Bronze Jackie Robinson, so it's not a first baseman.
Yeah, you're not playing
either.
at first.
So the only place I think it can play is at third versus lefties.
Right. But I think, so at least in Bronze only, I did try playing him at third versus lefties. Well, here you go. He put up a huge line, so clearly this is an S.
So I do think it's decent there because the second and short does come in handy for backing up stuff. If you're trying to, really platoon a lot and you're willing to just punt defense in some games, maybe it's all right. I've been tending to just run Chipper both ways at third because I save a platoon and I don't care about the defense.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that in Bronze, most of the middle infielders, so it's kind of funny that in Bronze, the shortstops really are single position, but all of the second basemen play a ton of positions.
Except Pretty.
Except Pretty.
Yeah.
And so that means his positional flexibility maybe doesn't help you so much to build a roster.
Yeah, it doesn't help a ton. I mean, you always have Dink, who's a kind of a fixer for any trouble.
Right, but I'm often running DeRosa too, who also plays a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of other. I mean, Jody Reed, who also plays short.
Yeah,
some other cards. So I think this Bellhorn is all right. It's not an F, for sure, not an F. But it's a card that needs to be kind of built around in a specific way where you're actually getting him in the places where he's good and you're using this other utility somehow.
So maybe he's about a C?
I think it's about a C, yeah.
All right. I think we better do a TWIP draft.
Okay. Maybe this should be the 5-minute one since we're already way behind schedule.
All right. I think we can try to do a 5-minute draft. We may have to do a 5-minute draft. Actually, we have 5:50. I don't know. We get the full 20.
Get 20 minutes.
We get the full 20, unless it crashes, in which case we don't. All right, TWIP draft. Here we go. You best both be at poker. We will be at poker tonight, Mr. Black. We're in case anybody's interested. We were doing a TBD poker night afterward, but we could probably find an extra seat at the table. So, all right, TWIP draft, 1995.
Afterward might be in 5 hours at this rate. So.
All right, here we go. We're doing quick. This is clearly Josh Donaldson, right? John Donaldson, right?
We have two, so it's Donaldson Harper.
Oh.
I think.
Harper or Mendez? Harper, right?
Or Mike Adams.
No. It's Mike Adams.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, it's Mike Adams.
Yeah, Donaldson Adams.
All right. We got it on the third try. Clearly Painter and Marcelo Meyer, right?
Yep.
Simple. Easy draft.
Yeah.
Newcomb and Logan, I guess. And then just we have 4 big starters for,
either Logan or Chipper. Yeah.
I think it's just Logan. We just go 4. We got 4 big starters and a reliever.
Sure.
Now we just need to find some gold bats and we win the tournament. Manzardo's fine. Probably Jimmy and Jimmy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Play catcher too.
All right. Well, we need our catchers.
1995 is probably a good catcher, actually.
Okay. Well, this George Bell almost plays.
Nah, I don't like that card much.
I don't love it, but he's got power. It is 95.
DH only. Yeah. All right. It's probably fine.
I mean, I don't love the card with no eye, but.
And then what? Either Kyle Harrison or Brendan Lee, probably.
Or
maybe David Wells.
Or Wells. I'm thinking Wells. If we go Wells.
Sure. Yeah, Wells is fine.
No problem. Oh, Wojcik's great, and Drake is great. I guess I should at least look at the other options.
No,
maybe Amador.
I want Amador. And
hold on, but Drake is our 5th starter.
I think we're gonna. I don't. Wojcik's our 5th starter.
Because the thing is, if you get to a fifth starter, we have a huge edge now.
No, we do, but Amador is such a good card.
81 Rain. Oh, that actually is a really good card.
I think I would take Woodchick Amador and hope we get like a Robin Roberts or Frank Tanana or something.
All right, we're going with you. If we lose in round 5, I'm blaming you, but actually, I'm kind of quietly celebrating.
If we lose in round 5, we cash. So
that's true. All right.
Apodaca Karowski, probably?
Apodaca and Whitey?
Yeah, that looks right.
Because we're running Fox where?
Fox will play catcher.
No, he won't. He will...
It's 1995. It doesn't matter. It's just home runs.
Maybe we'll DH Whitey.
Yeah, something like that.
We can run Kieschnick. How about Kieschnick Tanana?
Kieschnick Tanana is
well,
phenomenal.
At least Tanana. But
Clarence Palm is also good.
I don't hate Kieschnick, though.
No, I like Kieschnick Tanana. I think Kieschnick Tanana is the right pick.
All right. Ooh, York is good, too.
Yeah, York is very good. And then
we'd like Douglas? An outfielder, and we'd like a catcher.
I think Klondike Douglas.
Don't love him for the era.
No, I don't either, but it's a catcher and outfielder.
Do we have any other outfield option here?
Rajai Davis is terrible. Carlos Lee can't play the outfield.
Probably Klondike, but he's got to be our backup.
Yep. He's the backup catcher and backup. He's just utility.
Okay, Kusava. So we're getting plenty of pitchers. Kusava's fine.
I think this is Gibson Kusava.
I really don't want to run Gibson as a center fielder. Let's hope we get a center fielder.
Yeah.
Okay, let's pick Petway because
Petway.
Can we take do we just take Bronze Jackie? I mean, can we not take Bronze Jackie?
We have so few outfielders, but it's probably fine.
Klondike Douglas is an outfielder.
Oh no, I've infected you. Yeah, it's probably still right though. The card's just so much better than all the other
Bruce
cards.
Petway is an outfielder.
Yeah, that's true. All right, that's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll get an outfielder now.
Oh, okay. We got to take.
Wow.
Oh wow. Oh no! Hold on. Are you really not taking the GOAT?
I would take McNally Martin, but.
Are you really not taking the GOAT?
Okay, I think we have to take Martin though.
We do have to take Martin. Like that fixes so many problems for us.
Yeah.
And we do have to take McNally. However,
we can argue much, right? It's 1995. There's a lot of home runs and no bat.
Oh no!
I mean, McNally's the right pick. Obviously,
we can't take Sean Marshall over McNally, right?
No, it's just too wrong.
Because
this draft is actually good. And could actually do well.
Oh, this is so tough. You know what? I think this is. I know we're trying to do the quick draft, but I think I'm just curious what our chat thinks.
I think this is almost certainly going to be Sean Marshall. Yeah, it's already 2-0 for Marshall. This is going to be a
McNally is probably the right pick, but
McNally is definitely the better card, but Marshall is more fun.
Do we take McNally? Is there any way we can take McNally and Marshall?
No, we have two outfielders then. And Leonard Martinez is actually a good center fielder.
We do have to take McNally, don't we?
Well, it depends if we're trying to win or trying to play Sean Marshall.
All right. We'll take McNally. Fine. We'll take McNally. We should have taken Marshall.
Now McNally is going to give up like 4 home runs.
We should have taken Marshall.
Yeah. Okay. We probably should take another catcher.
Do we take another catcher and let Klondike be an outfielder?
Probably.
Okay.
We actually have 3 catchers.
Makowiak's fine.
Yeah, that looks all right.
We can take a different Marshall, but this one's not so good.
No, we need another outfielder. So I guess, well, we don't have a choice. We have to take either Jerry Martin is worse, so we have to take the Mike Marshall.
Or you take Knizner at catcher, but he's an even worse catcher.
I think we still need the outfielder.
Well, no, though, because then you take Makowiak and
that's true. I forgot we have Makowiak. Okay, so yeah, so it's
still Marshall though.
Yeah, this Joe Gordon looks okay.
Or Jerry Martin is.
No, he's terrible.
Well, he's at least 2 positions. All right. Well, hold on. So Marshall.
Actually, maybe he's
Actually,
better.
I think because Martin plays 2 positions, he's got power, so he fits the era.
All right, sure. Let's take Martin then.
All right. There we go. I like Laertes' answer that is an outfielder is an interesting take.
All right.
This is not the worst draft we've had.
No, this is actually
okay. They actually want to run Woodashik as a starter.
I'd really like to do that.
No, I think it's going to be McNally for sure.
No, I think it's Tanana.
Yeah, this year you're probably right. Do we want to run Kieschnick as an opener just to try to get him in? I mean, we don't need openers, but
no, I don't think so. I think we just play him as a DH or left fielder.
Ooh, we could let Donaldson play center.
We definitely could let Donaldson.
That's the answer. Donaldson plays center.
I forgot we had him. We actually could have skipped Martin if I remembered we had.
Yeah, we let Donaldson play center. Oh, we could have skipped Martin. We could have played the goat. We could have played the goat.
Nah, that was a blunder.
That was really absolutely a blunder. Why didn't anyone mention this to us?
Yeah,
we could have played. Such a missed opportunity.
We should put Gibson in instead of Douglas in right field versus righties, but.
Yeah, probably.
And we probably actually should platoon Kieschnick and Bell also.
Even in this era?
No. Platoon the other way. Kieschnick hits the righties.
Sorry, I missed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even in this era?
I think so. Bell's just he's just not gonna walk. This bat's actually pretty decent, and he's a better defender, like a lot better defender.
Yeah, we actually did okay.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent draft.
This is definitely a draft. This is definitely a draft that can make like at least round 2.
You got the whole Boston Red Sox infield of the future, so there you go.
Yeah.
All
right, I think this is not the worst draft I've seen us do.
No, pretty decent. All right, we're
gonna keep going on cards, and then we will check in on the worst draft you have seen us do.
Can we finish rating all the cards by the time we get eliminated?
Yeah, we're going speed round clearly.
Okay. How many cards have we done to this point? Not even half. I don't think.
All right, here we go. We're gonna give ourselves like a 60-second clock for each of the remaining cards.
Unless it's a really interesting card.
Unless it's an interesting card, or unless we go over 60 seconds.
Yeah.
But other than those situations, we're giving ourselves a 60-second clock.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess Jim Deshaies is next, yeah?
Okay, but it's like the pitch clock. We each get a timeout.
Fair enough. Yeah, this is the card that we want to discuss in detail. And
yeah, okay.
Maybe one timeout each per card, is that?
All right, Jim Deshaies. Best starter released this set, so of course it's an LE.
Yeah, Jim Deshaies is good. He's kind of in the same place as the Eldred situation. Similar card, 8 more points, still an LE.
I also think he's a little worse than Eldred.
Yeah, a little worse than Eldred.
But I think he's valuable simply because it's another Eldred, and you have to count to 5.
It's left-handed. We don't have a lot of, there's only really one at the moment in bronze, which is McNally. Now we have 2. It's a good card.
I do think if you're going to pay 100,000 for Eldred, this card's less than 100,000 because he doesn't
Yeah,
play in the bronze floor cap.
yeah. It's a worse card than Eldred, and it costs more. So it's definitely a less powerful card. But still, I really am not a big fan of making cards like this LEs.
No, you're just. I mean, you're just clobbering the bronze meta for no reason.
Yeah, basically, it just doesn't really accomplish anything other than to sort of lock newer players out of playing good cards. I don't see the point of doing that.
Yeah, and also if the card, if a player comes in, bronze and iron are places where new players come in and you kind of advise them to start playing. But how do you tell
Right.
one of them like, well, you can never have Cal Eldred.
Right.
Sorry.
And now we're basically, in bronze, we're now basically going into it advising new players to play down Mathis, Eldred, and Deshays, and that really doesn't feel great.
No, you just can't do. I mean, it's not doable.
Yeah.
As for the quality of the card, I don't think this is the S tier card Eldred was. I think on release it's not the best card in bronze. It's
Yeah.
third or fourth among starters, so it's
It's
probably
an
like
A.
A or B.
Yeah, I think it's an A, probably.
All right, we'll give him
Maybe
an
a
A.
B. Yeah. It's a good
All
card.
right, Pat the Bat. Is definitely not Pat the Glove
Or Pat the Leg.
or Pat the Leg, but the problem
Actually,
is
he might be Pat the Leg. He's just not Pat the Legs.
Yeah. Yes, and the problem is the bat's also not great.
Yeah, the bat's not good enough. He's worse than Bronze Jackie at first, so he's not going to play.
All right. On to silver. Mark Wohlers. This is like Sean Marshall, except you've made him silver, and that means he's completely unplayable and he has less pitcher BABIP.
Well, he's also Sean Marshall, but you made him worse than Sean Marshall, I think.
And silver, and yes.
And silver. So, yeah, it's just bad.
All right, yeah. Completely. Actually, is this worse than an F? That's a good question.
It's
He has
close.
he at least has other pieces.
Yeah, it's probably not an F minus, but I think this is an example of a P. Babbitt pitcher that doesn't work at all. Or
Yeah.
a low P. Babbitt doesn't work at all. All right, anyway, I think we can probably move on.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Ron Gant. Ron Gant. He's got power.
This is DH only. It doesn't have the bat to play DH.
I wish this card played second because he has a lot of speed. If this were like last year's Gant that played second, this would be a really interesting card.
Yeah, well, he does play second. He just
Sorry, I mean,
yes, play second in a real way.
plays second in a way that would be better than I could play second base.
Yes. He stands where the second baseman is supposed to.
But I think that's right. The bats in silver start to be really good, so you're not close to being a DH. You got to be able to play second, and this card doesn't.
Yeah. Maybe in low silver as a DH, but even then it's kind of fringy, and you get
No, because you're gonna play Julian there instead, and actually
Yeah.
Julian's also a better second baseman somehow.
Yep. So yeah, I just don't think it quite gets there.
All right, gloss. I was gonna say we could gloss over this one, but actually there's a little bit of defense here and some eye, so we probably should take a look.
I don't like it.
No,
It's too much-
because the problem is actually, even though the defense is there, there's actually not enough eye. Is the funny
This
thing.
is way too much defense. This is too much defense. Really overkill on defense. I don't know why this card is selling for 11K. That's really strange, actually.
No, okay. I like the defense, but the problem is I still have this card kind of comparable to say Frankie Crosetti. So I'll pull up Crosetti. So
Yeah.
Crosetti
that-
also eye heavy, similar kind
makes
of level third baseman, but now Crosetti also has this 90 range at short, so he's a lot more flexible.
Edward Julian plays third. He has just as much defense as Gloss does there.
Hold on, that can't be right. Julian has actual defense at third?
Yeah, it's the same.
No.
Yes, it's exactly the same. They play third base equally well.
One of these days, we're going to have to compare your model's version of defense with my model's version of I and, like, sort all this out.
It likes second and short and catcher and center field, and the other outfield a little bit, and third and first just doesn't care.
Yes.
But either way, I mean, Gloss doesn't play either way, so.
So I have Gloss is a little bit worse than Crosetti. Would I play him at third in low silver? No, I'll still play Christian Hernandez. Actually, I still will play Julian, but he's close. So I think he's close enough that I don't think Gloss is quite an F. I think he's probably more like a D.
Well, I would give him an F, but.
I will draft. He's got a D for that defense.
Sure. Yeah, he plays two positions. For a draft, maybe it's okay.
Well, he really doesn't play first. I mean, the bats at first are huge.
Yeah. Well, for draft, I mean, at least he can back it up. I don't know.
Tony
okay.
Womack.
Anyway.
Ton of speed, ton of BABIP, ton of positions. Not really good at any of those positions, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like having BABIP, but if it's BABIP with no gap power, it's just all singles, and the defense isn't good enough to make up for that.
And he has no eye.
And he has no eye, so the stealing doesn't help because he's not going to get on base to steal.
Are you going to draft this card as like a 5-position option?
I might at some point. It's really only a 4-position option though. The center field is sort of fake.
Yeah, even right's probably tough.
Yeah.
So good pinch runner.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a card that really fits in anywhere. So I think it's.
Yeah, I guess you still can't quite play him. All right, Woody. Yeah, I mean, the problem is being eligible for 5 positions doesn't help unless you're one of the 10 to 15 best options at most of them.
Right.
All right, Woody Williams. I was kind of excited when I saw there was one of these because I figured this would be a really high PBABIP card.
Yeah, it isn't.
No, and that just completely kills it. I mean, this is basically Bill Ricks minus the PBABIP.
Yeah. I mean, it's just medium across the board. I mean, you've got a card like Alex Wimmers, which is just a whole lot better than this.
Yeah. Okay, no, this one isn't close. All right, J.D. Drew. So we had a pretty good mission card for Drew before. This one's a lot splittier, I guess.
Well, it's splittier. It lost its eye at some point along the way. If you compare this to a card like Mark Kotsay, it's just kind of not even close.
Yeah, and the other problem is that most of that outfield rating that he has is coming from the error, which is kind of the least valuable bit.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think it ends up going anywhere. Even someone like Grady Sizemore is just a whole lot better, even as a low silver.
All right, Jesse Carlson. So he is splitty, but he still has a 96 PBABIP versus righties.
Yeah, I quite like this card. Even despite, the splits are obviously big, but it's very hard to find relievers that have like no split at all. Like most of them have something, and he still has a lot in the most important rating.
Yes.
So, if you're going to play lefties in the bullpen, usually they're going to have to face some righties, and you just have to accept that you're getting bad matchups every now and again. His matchup is better than other lefty relievers, so he comes out pretty well.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's quite a good card.
The moment I saw this card, I had him as the second best silver reliever. Then I saw 3 other cards we're about to talk about that I have as being better.
Yeah, I have him a little better than one of them, and I have Timlin a little better than him, but
yeah. So I think he's in the bullpen. I think he's now toward the back end of it on release because of some of these other cards. So probably like a solid B or C. What do you think?
Yeah, B or C. I mean, if it plays low silver, I guess so probably that gets it.
So probably then a B. All right.
Yeah.
Randy Wolf. I know somebody for whom this would be their favorite card.
Yes.
Big Randy Wolf fan. And this is a pretty good shape. It's just a bit understated.
Yeah, I like the hold runners a lot. That's nice. Stamina's just too low to start since he isn't good enough, really. Kind of
No,
just
I mean, you're
very,
behind like a Bill Force, but also like a Griff McGarry. I mean, this is a card that I think
Yeah.
if you made him a 74 would have been a lot more interesting.
certainly a lot more interesting. I still think he might not play, especially because the low silver is 1999 and
Oh,
doesn't have
that's
a
true.
ton of home run.
But I
Um,
think but I think in modern, all right, Ricky Batalico. We're trying to keep to our 60-second thing. We're doing fine.
Yeah,
No,
we're
not
doing
Ricky
all right.
Romero. Not Ricky Romero. Why was there
Yeah.
no Ricky? All right.
So I mean, besides the fact that he's Nightbot's friend, which he has to lose points for.
Yes, that is true.
I mean, I think this is another very good reliever. I have him kind of in a similar place to.
I
Jesse
have him a
Carlson.
little ahead of Carlson and
Yeah,
a
I
little
have
ahead
him-
of
I have him
Kenley.
I have a little, I'm a little bit ahead of Carlson, behind and the two other silvers we got to in a second, and Timlin. But it's another card that kind of makes sort of the middle back part of the bullpen in silver.
Yeah, I think it's a
the low stamina
solid
is a
B.
little
I
bit
think it's the same thing. If you were eligible for low silver, you'd bump him up a grade, but still a solid B.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Todd Zeal. See, for everyone who thought we couldn't rate cards quickly, look at us go. Todd Zeal,
Flying through it now.
catcher eligible, so very important for the new Perfect Draft meta.
Very important for the new Perfect Draft meta.
I mean, that's got to
Oh.
bump him up at least a grade.
I don't know if this is possible. It probably isn't. But having a tournament lab like Perfect Draft, Weekly Perfect Draft, that we change the rules to something crazy every week would be really fun. And no catcher offered would be the first format I would suggest.
That would be great.
I don't know if anyone.
Yeah,
is,
if
anyone
Nico's
is around to hear
listening,
that
we can
suggestion, but
definitely.
that
So
sounds
Todd
really
Zeal. So I've got him as the fourth best third baseman in silver, but a couple of the ones he's behind are cards like Blauser that you could run other spots too.
Yeah, I have him. I like him okay versus lefties only, but of course I just want to play the silver Chipper Jones who has no defense because
Because you don't believe in third base defense.
I don't believe in third base defense. So I don't think I'll ever play this.
And he's
card.
definitely only a third baseman. The bat's not good enough for first, and he's not a catcher.
Yep. So I just don't think he's ever gonna be played.
Yeah, I'm trying to
it's
figure
not
out
the
if I'm
worst
ever
card,
going to
but-
quite play him at third. Because like, there's that limited edition Frazier in there, for example, that not everyone's going to have. Probably still just playing Blauser, aren't I?
Yeah,
Or-
Blauser. Well, there's this Josh Harrison that I like that you really don't. But yeah, if you ever play against
Yeah,
these set fun hit or high, yeah,
and you might play the Gloss instead for the defense.
I wouldn't, but you could.
All right. I guess this one just doesn't quite work. This is
Yeah,
there's
I
at
don't
least
think
like an
it
F
quite
plus. There's like something there.
Yeah.
But
It's a decent F, but it's still an F.
the Silver Roland, on the other hand, this is, I think, just clearly behind the ones we just looked at because the bat's not there. Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's still an excessive amount of defense here.
No, but this is the same card we just looked at, except you've taken
Yeah.
away 40 points of I versus righties and like 10 points of I versus lefties.
Yeah, it's just a worse version of the other card, and it doesn't play first, doesn't play catcher.
Yeah.
So, not gonna work.
All right, Julio Lugo. So 89 range. You can play him both second and short. Not a great bat.
Yeah, just don't think the defense is okay, but if you want to play this kind of defense at short, you need a really good bat. It doesn't have it, so it's not going to play at short. At second, there's a lot of other cards. Well, there's
Yeah,
cards,
I
Mason
don't
Wynn,
have
Josh
him like
Harrison.
in my top 10 for either, and a
No.
bunch of them play both positions. Mason Wynn
Yeah.
plays both. Blauser sort of plays both a little bit.
Josh Harrison. Josh Harrison plays second.
But then there are also the short and third combinations. You know, there's Hall, Crosetti,
Yeah.
Christian Hernandez.
Yeah, lots of cards like that.
All right, so this just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work.
Ryan Klesko. No D.
Yeah.
And this just isn't a good bat for a DH. I mean, you're comparing this bat to like all the big bats in silver.
Well, I mean, I do have this as a pretty good bat versus righties only, but it's only a DH, so I think that basically is going to mean it's not going to play. You know, it's kind of similar to a card like Champ Summers.
Okay, let me run him versus righties only. Shockingly, Kiko Calero comes out really good versus righties only.
Really? That's surprising. I would never have guessed that.
I've got Champ Summers clearly first.
Yep.
Then I've got, him, Gehrig, Ortiz. But maybe he comes out a little bit ahead of those, and Julian.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent hitter. It's DH only, platoon only. So there's just too much competition there with all those first basemen plus Summers plus,
No, but I think there's
else.
there's at least some value there. So it's probably more like a C or a D.
I think it's probably a D. I don't think this is good enough to be a C. I just don't see myself ever playing it when there's Julian and Gehrig and Ortiz and all those guys.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna like come out and get the card though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a D is probably the right rating for this. Despite the lack of it.
Yes. That's fair. With a lack of D, should we make him a C?
We could. I don't know. Either way. It's not a card I don't think it's a card that we're excited about either way.
There's no D in this card, so we'll make it a C minus because you can't give that card a D.
Yeah.
All right. Tom Henke is another card we can't give a D.
No.
This this might be the best reliever in gold.
Well, I don't have it as the best reliever in silver actually, because I have the next one better.
But do you have as the best reliever in gold?
No, I still have Clippard and Woodchick.
Okay, actually, Woodchick's going to be better. Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you have this as the best starter in gold?
Actually, still no. But I mean, I think it clearly does play in gold, and it obviously plays in silver. Just a really, really strong card.
All right, are you willing to try to start him with 27 stamina?
It's very tempting. He would be the best starter in silver if he could start in silver.
Definitely. I'm trying to remember. Low silver used to be historical, but silver never was, right?
I don't think so. I might try it. I don't know that it's going to work because I think it might make you have to run 13 pitchers, and I really, really try to avoid doing that.
Yeah. I'm willing to run 13 pitchers if I could run this guy as a starter.
Maybe. I don't know. He's only going to pitch like 4 innings.
Yeah. All right. I do think this is, though, clearly an S tier card for me.
I think it's definitely an S. I don't think it's an S plus, though.
I think it might be. So I have this card as only by a little bit over Calero, but the best reliever in silver, but very playable in gold, and not so far from playable in low diamond.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, we can probably just group Henke and Calero then, because we basically we agree they're kind of similar cards. The two best relievers in silver, and they both play in gold.
Let's take a look at Calero as well. Yeah.
I don't think they're quite S pluses because I think they will have a lot less cap utility than a card like Timlin.
That's fair. And at 78, I guess there is a high silver floor cap that probably you're playing both of them in.
Yeah, you're definitely playing them in that. I mean, you're playing them in gold. You're certainly playing them in the below silver thing, the silver floor cap
Yeah.
thing. They're very strong cards. I just don't think
of
there's.
the two, Calero probably also plays a little better in early eras, so he maybe becomes the stronger overall card, even though I've got Henki as the better of the two.
I have. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I might end up rather running Henki in a cap because of the stamina, even though I think Calero is a little bit better.
Well, I also think that Henki plays up more because of the home run prevention.
Yeah, that could also be the case.
So Calero, I don't want to play as much in gold because the bigger bats, but I am willing to play Henki there.
Yeah, well, I want to play them both in gold actually at the moment.
Well, I mean, yeah, we need righties. They're both righties, you know.
Yeah, I would have wanted to play Timlin in gold had these relievers not all come out at the same time as each other.
Still might play. I might play Timlin in the do or die gold. Well, the problem is I'm not playing. The problem is I'm actually not making new rosters for all of these. I've kind of given up on this cycle.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So
otherwise,
I think Calero and Henki are both S's but not S pluses.
I would be tempted to give Henki an S plus, but I do think he's not as good as Timlin.
Yeah.
So we can give them both an S.
Yeah, I think they're both S's.
All right, Farnsworth. There was a great quote about Kyle Farnsworth in the Discord that I probably shouldn't repeat here.
Yeah.
This is basically one of the cards we just looked at minus the PBABIP and the control.
Yeah, all his ratings went. Where did it go? They're gone.
Yeah. So I think this one just doesn't work.
No, I don't quite get this card.
All right. Before we go on to gold,
Okay,
why don't I do
actually,
the quick check? I'll
before
do
we
a
move
quick
on-
check in on the catchers.
Before we move on from this, is Farnsworth an F minus? Like, this is a really bad silver. And it's a 79.
It's a bad silver, but I don't think it's an F minus simply because, like, there is at least some stuff in the card. It's just a little bit understated.
I don't know. There's some stuff, and then there's nothing else.
Okay, but like for example, you know, would you rather have? I think if you were going to give an F minus to one of these silvers, I'd much rather give it to Wohlers.
That's fair. Yeah, Wohlers is a worse card.
You know, I think
Okay.
I think this is a better card than Wohlers. Like, there's how are we checking in by the? Oh, we have made
Third round. Look at us go.
in a game 5. Look at this, 14 innings.
Who caught? That's the real question.
Look at this, 5 one-run games, 2 of them in extras.
Yeah, that is a close series. All right.
So we had Heavy, but I assume Heavy
Okay.
at some point, or are they just going to run him into the ground? They may just run him into the ground.
I might just remember that. In which case, I think we're not going to win the next one.
No.
Yeah, still playing.
Okay,
Okay,
he even got hit by a pitch. I mean, you know, it's not like he's doing enough damage behind the plate, right?
yeah. The next game is really the critical one because let's see what this one comes in.
The problem is once he's played 6 games in a row, giving him an off day keeps him at 0 usually.
Yeah, you need like 2 or 3.
I have shockingly, you know, a lot of experience with this.
Well, okay. Well, never mind.
Well, look at this game.
I remember back in PT20.
This is a fun one.
There were some tournament editions that were very hard to acquire because they were like released right at the end of the cycle, and they weren't like you couldn't find them basically.
All right, I think.
And some of them were golds and silvers, and I will say I mastered the art of losing to get those cards. I was really good at it.
You know, I'm not gonna say I went all, you know, process on some of these tournaments.
I had all the tricks. I was giving up 50 runs a game. It was.
Um, I was sorely tempted to, but I always just wanted to win.
Well, no, I mean there were like these little dailies after the cycle was basically over. So
You know,
I was alright with
I
it at
do
that point.
remember once being tempted to tank for, I think it was like an Eddie Matthews in one
Oh
of
yeah, that
these,
card was really good.
and discovering that the other team also tried to tank. So
I
what I decided was to play it straight until I saw game one and the other team tanked, and then I decided to out tank them. Um,
yeah.
but I found the winning plan, because you see what they did was they benched both their catchers,
No,
but
that's
I
not
actually
enough.
listed everybody on my team for sale.
Yeah, no, I mean, so the thing in PT20 was that you could do a lot of setting position players as pitchers and pitchers as position players, and the daily lineups would let you do even more of that. So you could force pitchers who had no ratings anywhere to like play shortstop.
All right, let's bench heavy for 2 games. Let's see if that
Okay.
works. Meanwhile, what are our opponents running? Our opponents
Uh-oh, I see a catcher. I don't like
are
this.
running a catcher. So
Two catchers, three catchers.
three
This
cat.
is, this is,
Wait a minute. That's three
this
more
is
catchers than we have.
okay. This team is really good though, actually.
Okay, it is an excellent team. However, I have to say that you are not eligible for the double bounty.
Yeah, there are way too many.
Way
Catchers
too many
here.
catchers on this team. Even if you did, go against our advice and draft an odd number of catchers.
Yeah, yeah. We deserve to win this series. We have a much more proper number of catchers.
Absolutely. And how's the other side going? I'm curious whether there are catchers on the other side. Mac Eggleston, oh, that's a catcher. So D.
That's a
Dempsey
catcher.
is running, I assume, multiple catchers. Well, Joe Tipton's half a catcher. And the Elam Van Gilders, still one of my favorite logos, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, they have Heavy Johnson.
All
They
right,
have
Heavy Johnson. And
Okay, this is acceptable. That's a left
Jocko
fielder.
Fields, who is not a catcher. This is
Yes.
absolutely eligible.
This is an excellent draft. This is a really good draft.
Absolutely, wonderful draft. All right, I'm definitely rooting for the Van Gilders here.
Yes, absolutely.
Uh,
We need a Van Gilders Rattlesnakes matchup.
Absolutely. I hate to root against the theme teams because those are fun. What are the TFB cards actually?
I don't know. Top Spun, maybe.
No, F. Oh, maybe the TB stands for, it's like, yeah.
Oh, Topps Future Legends baseball reference. Okay,
Okay.
so it's like kind of a well, not all SCs anymore because SCs now seem to just be whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, special cards of some kind. Okay.
All right. I still think Hamlet here is favored for the bounty.
Well, the multiple
but no
catches
double
thing
bounty.
is yeah.
No double bounty though.
No double bounty. No, that was clearly a draft which we do not condone here on this channel.
No, I think you definitely don't get that one. What do we got here? We got Joe Carter. Our third Joe Carter so far, right?
Yeah.
And this one's got power but no eye. You are willing to play him in the outfield, I guess.
Yeah, so
Right.
I think this may end up being the case for some of these cards, and this is I think an example where if we had low gold, this might be interesting. But we don't have low gold, and full gold is a really big jump from this.
Yeah, and it's good that he's better versus lefties, but the thing is, this is also understated as a bat. I think even compared with some of the day ones, like the Aaron or Bautista or something.
Yeah, well, he has defense and a sort of more reasonable bat. Like this bat is not amazing, but it's okay, and the defense is also okay. So you get some kind of a mix there.
Yeah, I think I'd run the Eric Davis though, for example. So unless it was a gold
Yes,
floor.
I probably would also, but you have three outfielders. I don't know that it would end up playing in low gold, but it's a lot closer than full gold. In full gold,
I actually don't think it's that close. I think you run Davis, you run Bob Allison, you can even run Hack Wilson as a bat. You run Weimer. You run Andy Pius, Elijah Green, Jimmy Wynn. Even Jimmy Wynn's ahead of this, I think. You know how much I like my eye.
Yeah, I think I don't. I have it kind of similar to a lot of those other golds. I have it a good deal better than Wynn. But yeah, I mean, in any case, we don't have such a tournament, so it's a gold floor only card. We don't have such a tournament, so yeah, just enough.
All right, how about Matt? 84 pitcher BABIP. Little bit splitty for a righty, but we're desperate to have righties in gold. Are we desperate enough to play this righty in gold?
We are not, I don't think.
No. Not even in low gold, and really
not even in low
not
gold.
even close, actually.
No, this is just a card which is the shape is all right, but it's just understated.
So I've got him just behind Giolito in a low gold.
Yeah, I've got about the same.
Okay, and you're probably not playing Giolito in low gold.
No.
All right, Greg.
No, there's actually
what?
No, there actually are some decent low gold pitchers.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Greg McMichael. So, home run prevention with some pitcher BABIP. I love the reverse splits you get for the home run prevention on a righty. That's going to help a lot. So in low gold, I've got this fifth, but behind Henke, Calero, and Batalico. But in full gold, I don't have it playable at all.
I don't even have it that close in low gold, actually. I mean, I have a bunch of also.
You're going to put Kenley and Timlin and Carlson ahead of him, I guess.
Yeah, all those guys, even Hasegawa.
Yeah, so I think your model weights pitcher BABIP a little more strongly than mine, is my guess. Just
well,
from what we've seen.
It generally what I've sort of seems is it is all right with no pitcher BABIP if there is a lot of stuff.
That's fair.
But here we kind of don't have either one exactly. We have kind of middling in both, so it just ends up kind of not liking that kind of profile too much.
Yeah. One of these times we should just give up on the cards and do a how does the game engine work stream.
Yeah, we could try something like that.
That could be fun. Like I said, as I was kind of mentioning, I used to feel that these should be like trade secrets and stuff, but one of the advantages of deciding the game's unplayable competitively is you can give away all this stuff, let other people take a shot. So
yeah, I mean, I have some work that will need to be done to get useful input there, but I have stuff. Let's say
maybe we could see if we could get Chimera to come back and do one of these, because he's got a lot of data that you could kind of combine with some of the modeling. That
sounds pretty interesting.
Because I think he also did the same sort of giving up thing I've done, just that, since I'm still streaming, I'm, kind of still looking at cards. Yeah,
and I think I remember his conclusions were sort of that basically everyone thought defense was defense was way more important than basically everyone thought it was, which he might well be right. Not sure.
Right. So how about McGriff? Yeah, so McMichael's probably not playable. How about McGriff? And again, because there's really no low gold, you're looking at this in full gold. And there are a lot of really splitty bats. So the question is, how does this compare with a Votto, who I guess is low gold?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's even remotely close to Votto.
I think I agree. So I don't think it's a bad card.
It's not. It's just that Joey Votto is a card which exists, and Joey Votto is better. Like I have this as the second best local bat versus righties, but the problem is that the best local bat versus righties is way better, and that just makes it not playable. And as soon as we go to full gold,
Yeah,
you have
this is
a whole lot of
this is
other
a
stuff
lot
too.
closer to Berkman. This is basically Berkman with more gap power.
Right. And Berkman, we
Playable, but
played for a bit, but especially with all the lefties, it gets difficult.
I do think this is the best of the McGriffs we got.
The bronze might be better. I think it's either this or the bronze. They're kind of similar, actually.
Does that bump this up to a D, or is this still an F?
No, I think it's still an F.
I guess he's just never going to play, right?
Maybe you could argue that Joey Votto costs 15K and you don't want to spend 15K, but the problem is this also costs 15K. So
yeah, this also costs.
Yeah.
Does this cost more than Votto?
I think they're about the same at the moment.
If it costs less than Votto, Votto's down to 4K.
Oh, never mind.
So
I missed that.
in that case, this is an F. I was going to say if it costs more than Votto, yeah.
Yeah, no, then it's just a clear F.
All right, George Bell, just buy Votto. George Bell, there's no I in Bell, which is a problem. I do like that he hits homers against lefties, but he's also got to be a DH.
Yeah, I think this is a somewhat decent hitter, but it's behind a lot of other better hitters, and it has to DH, so it's just not going to play.
Yeah, Daniel Hines, we should think about doing a how to create a model stream. That's actually a good idea. We have to think about how to put it together.
I think Xtaforis has done some stuff like that. I don't know if it's still on his channel someplace, but you might be able to go look there.
All right, Avery. Continuing with our speed round. Steve Avery, no pitcher BABIP.
Mm-hmm.
John Lieber. But he does have pitcher BABIP. We know we're desperate for righties that can get righties out. Are
this
you
one is
this desperate?
No,
not.
I would.
Probably not.
I think Latos is better than this, right?
Latos is better. Espino, Appel.
Yeah.
Jose Leon if you're just going splitty.
Yep.
Vita Blue is also better than this versus righties.
Yeah, I'm sure. Probably also Randy. No, Randy was actually fairly splitty, so maybe not.
No, Jones. Yeah, but actually the Connie Marrero that just the limited edition.
Yeah,
Bill Singer,
splitty, right.
Dylan Bunn. All right.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff.
All right, Mesoraco, we're up to high gold. We're flying along here. Everyone didn't think we could make it, but we're gonna make it by the TWIP draft so that we can go play poker. Clearly, the power of poker compels us.
We're sort of gonna make it. The 15 minutes.
Mesoraco, not a catcher, not a DH, not really a good enough hitter for a bat first catcher. Is there anything here you really want?
No, there is absolutely nothing here that I have any interest in. It just is not a catcher and not a hitter.
All right, Mike Lieberthal, a little bit more of a catcher, and he is sort of a hitter for a catcher versus lefties. Does he displace, say, Hoyles if you're going offense there?
So, I think so. I actually like this card a lot, and I'm guessing I'm going to like it more than you will. But I did change Hoyles Tettleton, which I've been running for, I don't know, a month, I guess, to now I'm running Tettleton Lieberthal. It might not be right because I am giving up 10 catchability. I get some arm in return for it, and I think this is a good deal better bat.
So I have this as only a moderately better bat, and so as you kind of guessed, I have Hoyles ahead of this versus lefties, but I do have it as close. And I think if you go to a little bit earlier era where Hoyles' power advantage drops off a little bit and the glove advantage drops off a bit, in a little earlier era, I'd probably go Lieberthal, but in modern, I think I'd go Hoyles.
Yeah, so certainly some kind of 1970s, 1980s thing. This is going to be a better card than Hoyles. I think even in modern it is better.
There is a problem, which is I've got Mathis better than both.
Sure. Well, That's a card which exists in the game. Uh, I think that's all we can say about that one.
Where do you want to put this?
I think it's. I would probably give it like a C, maybe.
Sure.
Maybe a B.
We can give it a C because it's sort of a catcher.
Yeah.
All right, Edgar Renteria. Great memories of this guy because as much as he hits lefties, he does not hit Keith Folk.
No.
Only plays short, 85 range, has to be low diamond. Is the bat good enough that you're going to try to do that?
So I will say I actually really like this bat versus lefties. Versus lefties only. I mean, versus righties, this is not going to play. To the point where I'm almost wondering if you can DH this and have it back up short with like Nasim Nunez playing both ways. I don't know that it's quite a shortstop. I mean, I think it's the best bat of any shortstop in low diamond for sure. I mean, I'm only versus lefties. I mean, versus righties, this is not going to play anywhere.
Versus righty, you even play Valentin or something.
Yeah, versus righties, this is just not playing. But versus lefties, the bat is really good. And the glove is kind of okay. I mean, it's not great, but...
My model, as much as it loves defense, still says just start him at short versus lefties.
Yeah, I mean, I think that my model also says that, but I think actually I'm sort of wondering if this DH backup short thing is even better.
Yeah, it might be. I'm not quite sure I believe it, but the bat is good. Now the problem with DHing him is I don't think you can DH him in low diamond. I mean,
well, only one way. I mean, only DHing him versus lefties, and I'm using him to back up shortstop too, so I'm saving a roster spot.
Right, but that's because you think Jimmy Fox is a third baseman.
Well, Jimmy Fox is a first baseman. Low diamond. We don't have Gehrig and Guerrero.
Okay, but then you'd rather run Rudy York than this bat, and you'd rather run Chipper than this bat also, right?
Would I would. Well, I don't know. I'd rather run Chipper. I think I'm less sure about Rudy York.
Yeah, 127 power is a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, we got BABIP and gap power and about like he's gonna get singles. There'll still be homers. I don't know. I think this is a pretty decent hitter versus lefties.
I've got York as a better bat. I do have this fourth. You could almost do it. I don't think I'm quite going to try to make this work, but I see the idea for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pretty decent card.
All right, what do you want to give him?
I think it's maybe I might even have to give this a B. But
all right,
probably
I'm okay with that.
B or C.
I'm okay with a B. It's an interesting idea. I also hate the idea of a one position versus left bat, just in general.
Yeah. Oh, mishmash value. That's a very good point. That card is probably really good.
That's true. All right, for mishmash value, that's right.
Yeah.
Mishmash, you're playing him for sure.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Valentin is
eligible.
Snapshot. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But I think this is a better card than Valentin, at least DL.
Guillermo Mota. Yeah, not quite enough there.
No, I mean this looks like Greg McMichael, but
except you've made it low diamond.
Yeah.
And that means, he's got to be better. Okay, next. We got a Diamond Fred McGriff. Oh boy. I'll let you take this one.
Okay, so Fred McGriff is not the worst bat in low diamond. The problem is, among other things, that he is a worse bat versus. I mean, okay, not playing this versus lefties. This is a worse bat versus righties than the gold Fred McGriff.
Yes.
And the defense is identical.
And they're both eligible for the same stuff.
Yeah, so I really do not understand this card. This card just seems like it kind of got the rating assuming that it will play versus lefties, but I mean, it won't. This thing could have all ones versus lefties and it would have identical playability. So I don't understand why this card exists. It doesn't do anything that the other McGriff doesn't do better and
Yeah,
costs 12
the
points more
Golden
for some
Griff
reason.
is by far the better card.
Yeah, so I think this actually is a pretty clear F minus. You're just never gonna play it.
I
It, it,
yeah,
it,
yes. I,
it
I yeah. Okay, good, good. I think this is just really clear. Yeah.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
really, really do not understand why this card is in the game. Yeah, I guess that's what we could say about it.
well, just flip this with the gold, because if you put the gold here, the gold actually, like, because the gold one actually almost plays in low diamond. I'd actually
Yeah,
rather play the gold McGriff in low diamond because of all the righties than
right.
in gold where
I mean,
yeah.
the problem, of course, is that you have Votto and Chris Davis, which is going to make any of these first basemen unplayable. But
No, so
um,
actually the funny thing is I have the gold McGriff as better in low diamond than Votto, but I have Votto as better
oh, really? No,
in
I had
gold.
Votto way better everything. Yeah, yeah. So they need a Diamond McGriff, but the Diamond McGriff could have switched with the Gold McGriff, and that
Yeah,
would have made a whole lot more
yeah.
sense
If
than
you
this.
switch them, that like you want to put the better cards better. It's like what they did with the Robin Robertses, where they kind of
Yeah.
made the Silver Roberts better. Yeah,
Then yeah,
I completely don't understand.
yeah.
Uh,
That is a mystifying card to me.
all right, continuing and rolling on. Well, you got the third base glove, so you know that I like a third base glove. Um, you're gonna tell me you don't like third base defense anyway, and this card has too much of it, right?
Well, okay. The problem is that even if you want third base defense, this card looks really similar to Josh Donaldson, but I think it's just
Who you
worse than
know I
Josh Donaldson.
absolutely love.
But I think this card is worse than Josh Donaldson,
Um,
and I don't like that card. So
I agree. I actually have this card significantly worse than Donaldson,
yeah. So I think
and
it's
also than the Tommy Harper that has a lot of defense, and and if
yeah.
you're gonna run a bat, you run Fox, you run Volpe for like a bat with a little bit of glove. This just doesn't work.
No, this doesn't work at all. There's Tony Perez also as a bat. There's
Yeah.
yeah, lots of stuff. Um, you can even play Pete Incaviglia with no third base defense. It says. Um,
Yeah, no, you're
yeah,
right. Exactly. It was the same with the build a lineup diamonds that just I don't understand. Like somehow diamonds in general just like
well,
the bad
it,
ones
it
are so bad this cycle.
it seems like what's kind of happening is that the overall ratings are based on this kind of composite versus left versus right stuff, right? This leftmost column of ratings, and the problem is that when you have a really splitty card, actually the other side of the split, those ratings could be any numbers and it wouldn't change the card.
Okay, but the people designing the cards play the game, right?
Well, I think the problem is just that the algorithm is spitting something out, and
Yeah,
the
but you
algorithm is
can
not
but
spitting it out well.
when you
And
design
then
the
there isn't
cards, you can touch up the power level and get it
right,
right.
and then there isn't enough checking of cards like this, and so that we end up with this kind of situation. That feels like what's happening
Yeah,
to me.
but there has to be. I mean, look, this is a Scott Rowland and Fred McGriff feature set, right?
Right.
Okay, then I think you want to touch up these Scott Rowland and Fred McGriff cards, especially. If there's
No,
a
no,
card in
I
like the other 75 that didn't get featured and slipped through, I completely understand.
right. No, I mean,
Um,
I definitely agree that there should be, some more rigorous checking, particularly of cards that are kind of the star of the set. They're supposed to be the stars of the set. But that's the only way that I can kind of even conceptualize why these cards exist in the game.
okay. Speaking of which, let's look at the star of the set, Dave Winfield, because as usual, the best card released in the Hall of Fame week is not the feature Hall of Famers, but the LE.
Yeah. Well, he is a Hall of Famer at least. So
He's a Hall of Famer. He's got a big arm. He's really good against cards with bird profiles. Uh,
yes. Just make sure you don't do it in Toronto.
yes, yes. It's a good bat
Uh,
versus lefties, especially.
so I think the thing
But
with this
not
card.
enough, right?
Well, so I mean, this is an exceptionally good card versus lefties in the outfield in league. I mean, the problem is that even at the moment it's released, this is worse than a number of other, relative to this card, inexpensive outfield options. Cristobal Torriente or Mickey Mantle or Fred Lynn. And so anyone who is going to be paying 750K or a million points for Dave Winfield has those cards. And so this Dave Winfield is a strictly platoon option as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's better than the card that filled the niche before, which was Dwight Evans.
Yeah, or Mookie Betts.
Yeah, no, I mean like for the high end LE.
Oh yes. He's definitely better than Evans. Yeah, absolutely better than Evans. And he plays two other positions that Evans doesn't.
Yeah.
I think the other
Go ahead.
the other thing that I would say about both this card and Deshays is these cards easily could have been released on Thursday. They didn't play with McGriff and Roland, but they weren't that far off. They're the exact same era. We've had LEs like that released before. It would have made a lot of sense. And instead what has happened is we've sort of waited for everyone to rip all their packs and then drop 2 LEs down when people's packs are gone to try to get people to buy more. And that doesn't feel to me like it's treating the player base fairly. There's no other reason to release these cards on Friday instead of Thursday except to do that, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, there may be other technical reasons, but it feels to me similarly to, releasing Sandberg as your top third baseman and getting people to pay 1 million points, then releasing A-Rod 5 days later, that
Right.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do think that this is probably still skippable. You're still running Griffey over this card. You're still running Mantle over this card. You're still running Yaz over this card. You're still probably running Lynn if you're doing it 2 ways.
Ichiro.
No. You don't run Ichiro anywhere. Sorry, you can run Ichiro as a pinch runner.
He hit actually well in Perfect League last week, I will say.
Yeah.
But I think we've probably had enough Ichiro discussion to last many streams already.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So this is I mean, it's frustrating to me that you're giving. We'll talk about the missions in a second. You're giving people these expensive chase missions, and then you're just giving them the Dave Winfield instead, and saying this is actually the good card we're releasing this week.
Yeah. But this is also not really remotely close to a 900K card.
No, this is like a B or a C probably. It's a platoon
this is
card.
This is probably
there are parks you can run it in. Like my park would be a good fit for it.
Yeah, but this is probably a 200K card, right? This is not a 900K card.
Yeah, but we said that about Sandberg, and he went for $1 million until A-Rod came out. So I have no idea.
So clearly, whatever strategy is going here to get people to spend a lot of points is working. It's just, I think, kind of unfortunate. Basically.
Yeah. What do you think? B, C?
I think it's a B. Probably it has some like LE tournament, SE tournament eligibility. It has some era stuff. Maybe it fits into.
All right.
There are a lot of lefties now in the meta.
All right. And finally, I think these are pretty quick. So Roland, clearly worse than A-Rod, clearly more expensive than A-Rod. So you're just never playing him, right?
Well, so I wouldn't actually give this an F because it's only an F if you have Dave Bancroft. And Dave Bancroft is a difficult card to acquire. It's expensive.
Hold on. Dave Bancroft is cheaper than Roland.
Well, I'm actually not sure doing the missions may actually be less than this at the moment. I'm not totally sure. But I mean,
we can work it out in a second.
The L10 on this is 200K. The L10 on Bancroft is almost 500.
Let's see what. Yeah, maybe I should rip my perfect choice packs. Try to get a Bancroft.
So if you have Bancroft, I don't think you ever play this. But if you don't have Bancroft, this is a platoon bat at third base, and you're going to play shortstop. And it's pretty good there, in all honesty. Even in Diamond League, it might even be better than Bancroft. I doubt it, but maybe. In Perfect League, definitely not.
I still don't think it's a platoon bat at third, because you're only going to play him versus lefties. I think you play Sandberg instead because he also plays second, and it lets you construct a roster.
Yeah, I would. I think Roland's actually a better player than Sandberg, but I think I would rather have Sandberg on my roster.
Roland's better at third, but Sandberg, I think,
Yeah.
gives you more value at two positions because you're only playing
Yeah.
versus left.
No, I agree, but I mean, even still, like, I don't know what the missions, because I haven't actually gone through and done it because I'm not particularly interested in owning this card personally. But
I will show you the mission in a second and how much it costs, and it's a doozy.
yeah, and it costs a lot, obviously, right now, primarily because they're new cards that were released. The problem is, of course, if we wait 2-3 weeks or a month for the new cards to go down in price, then Roland's also going to be surpassed by something.
They won't.
Well, they will eventually.
No, I'm going to show you this in a moment. I actually worked it out, and they won't. It's worse than you think.
Okay. I mean, yeah. That said, I don't think this is quite an F, because I think it does have a use someplace if you do not own Dave Bancroft. And Dave Bancroft, as we is not the easiest card to acquire.
No, but I'm pretty sure it'll be cheaper than this.
Well, if people are selling over 200K, it won't be.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people completing these missions have Bancroft, so they don't want this, so they sell it.
Why you would spend 500K on this mission and sell this card for 200K?
No, I don't either, but that has not stopped people in the past.
All right. Well, I'm thinking. All right, give him a D for defense.
I think it's probably a D. It maybe you could argue for a C, but I think it's probably a D.
All right. And McGriff. I mean, no. Like, make this a 99. It's really interesting. It's playable. It's fun. Make it 100, and it's behind Mize and Gehrig and probably Vlad and possibly even.
Well, if you make this a 99, I think it's still worse than Gehrig.
Than Gehrig and maybe Giambi.
Yeah. So even as a 99, I don't know that this plays. But as a 100, I mean, besides the fact that he has, this 1993 is really a pretty unfortunate year because it just misses OOTP era.
Yeah.
But it sort of barely gets the tail end of this pretty underused 1994, 2000, 1992, 2004 group. So it's not going to have a lot of turn eligibility. It's just worse than Mize, who costs. It's worse than Mize, who costs less.
It's just unplayable. So.
It's just a silly card. I mean, I understand you want to release a peak Fred McGriff in the Fred McGriff set.
It is better than the diamond. It's at least better than the diamond.
It's better than the diamond and the gold.
But now let me show you the missions, because this is the crazy thing. Okay. What are these called? They're the Hall of Fame missions, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what you need and what you need to lock in order to pick one, McGriff or Roland.
Well, I think we should pick Roland, because McGriff we just never wanted to. Even if
so for the Scott Roland collection, you need all 4 of history, teammates, traded for, and cards. Okay. So for the history, let's start with that, and let's just add up how much this is going to cost us. Okay. So Scott Roland history, it's basically the 4 teams. Phillies, Cardinals, Reds, Blue Jays. Picking, let's say, I don't know, Phillies as an example. Okay.
You do get to double dip Blue Jays if you do them both, but yeah.
Okay, so you need 200 points. The build a lineup Robin Roberts is most of this. Okay.
Yeah, or you can do it with 2 diamonds.
Notice, by the way, that by putting some of the tournament cards in here and making that their mission, these are really loose missions, which means the card value just goes to 0. So you've also wrecked the value. When we went through a couple streams ago and figured out what you get for tournament cards and figured out it was about half of what you needed for it to be playable, that assumed that you were going to be able to sell the Tournament Batch 2 cards for similar value to Tournament Batch 1. What is Dode Paskert going for? I don't think he's going for 7813 anymore, because this is the mission he's in, and you can get Elmer Flick, who has 3 times the mission value at 45 points that Dode Paskert has. You can get Elmer Flick for 8,000. So you're never going to pay 8,000 to get Dode instead to finish this mission. That's going to be a stale last 10.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it obviously doesn't preclude these cards from being in another mission, but that has never really happened before. I mean, that happened
never
in
happened
20. It happened in the very end of 23. The TB1 cards were put into some TB1 cards were put into milestones like 8 months later.
Okay, but even so, what is it? So completing this mission, you're going to be locking the Robin Roberts I'm not so worried about. You're locking 20,000 worth of cards, let's say,
Yeah,
right,
sure.
for one of these. It depends a little bit. They have different ones. Like this Blue
Yeah.
Jays one is maybe a little bit tighter, but none of these is really tight.
Yeah. So
Right?
I think we can say 100K for 4 of them. That seems reasonable.
Sure. So let's say 100K for 4 of them, but those aren't the problems.
Right. Yeah, those are the easy ones.
Okay. Now you got teammates. Every single one of these is a new card. You need 25 out of 27. So you only get to skip 2 of these. Okay. So what are you going to pay right now if you just kind of roughly add this up?
Um,
You're probably paying a few K times 25 plus. You're probably paying 75 to 100K.
I think it's probably more than 100, right? Because you're paying for it's 20K plus like
Yeah, you're right. It's more. It's
yeah.
probably close to 100.
Little over. Yeah, let's say another 100. Let's
Okay,
say
but
100.
also because it's 25 out of 27 is not going to go down quickly. The only ones that are
Spotlights
going to
will
go
help,
down
but
in
yeah.
value is that no, they don't help that much. Because actually, you see the really difficult ones here are how much these bronzes and irons are costing right now.
No, that is true. Yeah.
Okay. But also notice that even when the prices eventually go down, you're still never going to pay less than 20K or so for this mission because the silvers and golds, because it's 25 out of 27. And it could be worse. Like, you
Yeah.
remember how much Spud Davis
Probably will
cost
be.
at the end
It
of last
probably will
cycle.
be worse. I'm guessing that the golds will settle at some point. Very long term, about 3K, and the silver's probably about 1.5.
Yeah,
Right? Something like
so
that.
probably it'll be 40K to finish long term. And the same
Yeah.
is true for the McGriff teammates. Same kind of issue.
Right.
Okay. So that's the first thing, all right? But wait, you need 2 more. Okay. Now you need the, where was it? Sorry, there's history, Roland.
You need rolling cards and rolling traded for, right?
Yeah, so the Roland cards, okay. You need 4 out of 5. Okay. So the gold's actually going to be the cheap one because so many
Yeah.
golds come out of historical packs.
Well, also this gold is really old, so there's a ton of them around. This gold costs almost nothing.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
The silvers, it's like the silver Jackie in some sense in terms of how many are out there. There's just a little bit less demand. Plus, you do have the option of going for the diamond instead, right? So
Yeah,
that
and the
one, but
spotlights help a little.
So that one's always going to be 20 to 25K.
Yeah, it might go down a little bit. Let's say 20K. So we're at 220.
Okay, and then traded for you need 5 out of 5. Okay, so I think right now we're up to what, something like 300K ish.
Yeah, I mean probably less. I think between 250 and 300. It looks like.
So that's something like what they're going to cost. Now, what is the card worth at the moment? Well, he sells for a little less than that, but also he doesn't play.
Well, you
And-
get a whole lot of packs too. Hold on, you get a bunch of packs.
Okay.
You get how much packs do you get? You get
4 diamond
4 diamonds, 5 historicals, 3 silvers, plus from the history mission.
plus the history missions.
So it's probably between 50 and 100K of packs.
Sure. So right now, so the question is, at what point do these drop from 250K to like 150K? Because that's sort of closer to what it would need to be for this to make sense. But
Yeah.
the problem is, let's say that takes a month, which is about what it's taken typically. Because
Yeah,
right
that
now
seems
the
about right.
prices are also depressed from spotlight packs. As soon as they're out of spotlight packs, the prices will double or something.
Yeah, no, that seems about right. I would say it's gonna take about a month to get there, but then by that point, Roland won't play anymore.
But the
so.
problem is they won't come close to playing. So what are these cards going to be worth in a month when they don't play in any format? And when A-Rod's significantly cheaper than he is now as well. Well,
Right.
probably at that point they're going to be worth, what, 50K each? So let me think of a similar example. What is Ben Zobrist worth today? Is he worth much more than Quicksell?
No, I would be surprised. He'll go in a mission eventually, but oh no, he is in the mission now. He's in that stupid Ray's history mission that doesn't cost anything to acquire.
Okay,
That mission is
and
really-
for
I don't
that
know-
reason, and so for that reason he's worth 35K.
Yeah. That mission, by the way, is really bad. That Ray's history one, you need like 2 silvers and a live mission diamond.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is crazy. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So look, The problem is, if you think Roland, let's say, a couple months from now is worth 50K, well, you now actually have a problem. Because even if the cards end up relatively close to quick sell, and including the value of the packs, as soon as Roland hits about 50K, it is never worth completing this mission for the rest of the cycle.
I mean, okay, maybe you can, if you think you're going to play some of the cards in tournaments and you wouldn't sell them anyway, you can lop off a little bit.
But the problem is, we just went through a whole list of all the cards that you play, and the only ones you play in tournaments are basically a couple of the silvers and bronzes and irons. None of the expensive cards play in tournaments.
Yeah, so you're probably getting like 10K worth of tournament cards or something.
Yeah. So the problem is, as soon as the value of Roland or McGriff hits 50K, and for McGriff that's going to be really, really soon. For
it
Roland,
should be already.
For Roland maybe a little longer. As soon as that value hits about 50K, well, one way to think about it is McGriff should never be more expensive than Mize. So what is Mize going for right now? Mize is going for 80K.
90.
Here, 80K.
Yeah, 80K.
Actually, you can buy him for 77.
So, and this will come down too as the base reference cards.
So McGriff should never be more than that. Okay, you can buy him for 120 right now, but I think it'll come down.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is, I was thinking about, because I remember saying on Laptop Pound stream, I was estimating 4 months to the point the price will come down enough for this to make sense. And I'll say some of the people in chat were surprised by that. Now that we do this a little more carefully, I don't think that's right. I think the answer actually is it will never make sense to complete this mission, because as soon as Roland's value drops to the point that he's clearly not in the meta, simply the cost of the cards is more than what you get for Roland plus the packs.
Yeah. Okay. I guess the only time it would make sense to complete Roland, I guess there's a couple ways that I think McGriff basically never makes sense. Roland. So I think Roland could make sense maybe in a couple of scenarios. The first is that there's somehow a PTCS or PTMS where you see critical cards.
Okay, so that's true. So if you create a PTCS format where McGriff and Roland are the critical cards, then it will make sense to complete those missions.
The other way it could make sense.
But that won't happen, because if you create a mission, if you create that, then they're going to release a corner infielder that week that'll be
sure. The other way it could make sense is if you are either there's a lot of recently released cards that are worth a lot, or you think you can make a whole lot of profit off live spec, but you think the packs are worth a lot more than they are now.
But most of these are packs that if you really want to, you can buy. And the historical packs won't help you with live spec.
Right.
Diamond packs are always minus EV.
Well, diamond packs are always minus EV unless you're quite confident that your live spec is going to be really good that month, which, of course, in this environment, you can't be.
No, because the problem is the diamond packs are still minus EV, because even if the live spec is a little bit good, you're always better off just buying those diamonds.
But you can't sometimes, right? You can't buy up more than 10. Like, yes, you're always better buying them, but sometimes you're unable to do so.
Yeah, I don't think that scenario is plausible. But I mean, you'd have to feel that like 2/3 the diamonds are going up or something.
Yeah, you have to feel a lot of the diamonds are going up, and then you can predict them very confidently. But it is another method to get value from diamond packs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beyond that, it's hard to see. It's hard to see a place. I mean, there are tournaments right now that Roland is going to play in, right? Where Bancroft doesn't play, and you'll want the A-Rod shortstop, Roland third base, some OCP era stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
But even there's Gunnar Henderson, so he's only playing one way. There's Chipper Jones still.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm missing the potential of these cards being relevant in other sets. The problem is that the entire thing that we've seen this whole cycle has been that any card that is not released the day of a mission is not the critical card for a mission.
Well, I think the other thing is that, let's say in a month or 2 months, that some of these cards end up in another mission set. Well, then their price is going to go up.
Yeah.
And so, yes, you save a little bit towards this mission, but you're still spending a lot of extra that, you know, for points towards a mission, towards both missions, when one of the missions you don't actually want to do. And then, you know, you're kind of in a position where, okay, now that I've spent an extra 20K on some cards that are in the roll-in mission, now I have to do the roll-in mission. I have to go out to another 100K to try to make my money back on the points and sell the, like, it's a lot of hassle for a very, very marginal benefit.
No, it's not that it's not that we have cards that are in these smaller missions that others are behind on. It's that others are making mistakes completing those missions.
Well,
You should not be locking, 10 cards that you have to go out and buy in order to get 2 standard packs.
yeah. Well, actually, there is a very good reason to lock those cards, and I do it sometimes not for the value.
Actually, I do it because it stops me from.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actually very important because your tournament rosters don't get reset if your cards are locked as much.
Yes. Okay, fine, but
So
anyway.
I've locked. I actually, in these last missions, I locked a whole bunch of extra bronzes that I didn't need to, because I would rather have them locked than be able to sell them.
I did exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think. Sure. Well, you can always make points playing the market for Rack Attack. Okay, yeah, so the only reason to complete them is because you want to be able to see 0 incomplete, and it is worth wasting a lot of perfect points to you in order to get the satisfaction in that. And I actually don't say that lightly. It is a game, you should do the things that are fun. Some people kind of feel like completing all the missions is a worthwhile goal just in and of itself. It's a card collecting game. The missions are kind of a way to win the card collecting game.
I mean, I will say I did that at the end of last year, but it was because I had way more points than I could possibly spend. So
I never completed the Spud Davis mission. I think I was 1 or 2 short. I mean, I could have. I just,
Yeah. Well, it's like, okay, I have every card I want. The only cards I don't want are PTCS cards that will never be for sale. So what am I doing with 2 million points? I just might as well buy the stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, outside of that kind of scenario, I don't think that's really a sensible idea.
Yeah, see, Harakata, I just don't think that's right. I think trying to chase the meta when you're behind the meta, especially this cycle, is just a mistake. That what we've essentially really clearly been told by the game designers is, unless you are putting a bunch of cash into the game, you cannot keep up. So how do we handle not being able to keep up? We essentially have 2 choices if we want to compete. Choice 1 is, is basically you just stay a month or 2 behind everyone, which is what you're describing, because that's the pace you can afford. But you never have a situation in which you're competitive with the teams at the top end. Choice 2 is you do what's probably the right strategy, which is you just skip everything. You basically just skip everything. So, I decide that I'm not going to bother playing for the next 2 months. I'm just going to get resources. The missions don't chain together, and so, I'll wait 2 months. I'll have a, big bank of perfect points, and then I'll use it to, get the key LEs that I need, 2 months from now. But this is also the reason that I've decided to stop playing competitively, is I kind of don't enjoy a game that's telling me I can't play it, if that sort of makes sense.
And I mean, okay, so I think to this point, right, if your goal is to get all the golds, you can do that.
Sure.
That's not going to be a challenge. But the way I like to play the game, and I think the way a lot of other more experienced players like to play the game, is to try to play all the formats, try to play League, try to play everything, right? To compete in as many different kinds of formats as I can. And in order to do that, I need to not only have all the gold cards, I need to have all the diamond cards, and a lot of the perfect cards, and all the silver cards. And that's a whole lot more expensive.
Yes.
Um, if my goal was to just compete in bronze all year, I could do it basically by um, by Twitch drops alone. I wouldn't have to play a single tournament.
Sure.
Um, but for me, that isn't the goal of the game. If that's the goal of the game to you, then great. You can play that way. But I think being able to let kind of your more experienced players experience the game fully is a good thing. And at the moment, it is rather difficult to do so.
Yeah. Anyway, let's just check in and see how we're doing. Oh, we have made the finals against the Van Gilders, against the catcherless Van Gilders.
Fantastic.
I love it. Let's bench Heavy again. It's probably about his time to be benched.
We did lose the 2 games that Heavy was forced benched for, and then won the other 2.
All right, you want to actually not force bench him?
No, we should still force bench him.
I think if nothing else, out of fairness, we should force bench him.
Yeah.
But shockingly, we have gotten to the end of the stream and have not yet been eliminated from the bounty tournament. So
yeah, pretty amazing, really.
We're gonna work this out with you after the stream. Let me ask you to DM me after the stream, and we'll figure this out. But I think it's fair to say that even if we were to win the tournament, I think we'll manage to get you something. And let's now check who won the other prediction.
Oh yeah, well, we got to count up all the F's and S's, I guess.
All right. So first off, question number 1: most S tier single card. Who's our most S tier card? Well, I think it's probably Timlin. We decided.
Timlin,
right?
Yeah. We gave him an S plus and didn't give anything else an S plus.
And we have one person who said Timlin. So congrats to Ladora for 1 point. What is our most F minus? What is the worst card of the set?
Well, what did we give F minuses to? We gave F minus to the Fred McGriff, the Diamond McGriff. And do we give it to anything else?
Yep, Juan Encarnacion. Might be that
Juan
Encarnacion. I think it might be that Encarnacion.
That card was really bad.
Might be that Encarnacion, actually.
I think the Encarnacion is a worse card, and the McGriff is a worse card from a design point of view.
I think let's go with Encarnacion.
Okay, Encarnacion it is.
All right, did anyone pick that? No one picked Encarnacion.
No,
all right.
Encarnacion.
And okay, how many S tier cards did we get? That's easy to count up because I think I can just do like a search find maybe.
I think it was just the 3, right? It was just Timlin, Henke, and Calero.
Let me see. All right, hold on. Oh no, you know what I can do? I can try to do something smart. This is totally not going to work.
I don't know if we're allowed to do that around here.
Doing something smart never works.
We have to have technical problems first.
But I'm gonna sort this by grade.
Ooh, wow.
3. We've got 3 S tier cards.
Okay, so it's 3. So how many 3s we got? Few people said 3.
T-Chuck, Hawk Moon, and Rob Deer in the Headlights. Right?
Yep, that looks like the 3.
All right.
How many F tier cards?
Oh boy. 56.
56. Did anyone get? Yes.
Yes. T-Chuck hit it on the nose. Wow. 56.
That's
that
good
means
guessing.
With 2 points, T-Chuck is going to be our winner. So T-Chuck, if you're still in the chat, you are. Can I get you to DM me your username so that we can get you those packs?
No, your username's right here. It's
Oh, is it on there? Is it just
yeah.
T-Chuck? All right. And hopefully that's all lowercase. Hopefully. Impressive. Did anyone, out of curiosity, hit one of the cards we took in the draft?
We did take Tom Henke, but it wasn't in the TWIP draft. It was in the other draft.
It was in the other draft.
But that's not bad. I don't know what the TBABIP answer is,
but
but
congratulations to T Chuck and
I guess
to the Van Gilders, one way or the other. So let's go ahead and raid into DishNet. And
guess
we'll
we
actually
could-
see how we're doing on draft. Okay.
yeah.
So great, thanks everyone. We'll probably see you next week. Like I said, we're still figuring out kind of what we're doing with the stream long term, but sounds good. And yeah, thanks as usual, Adolfo. And let's go play some poker.
All right.
All right. I'll see you everyone. Here, I'm gonna get the raid going, and then we'll figure out the other stuff.